Good evening, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled meeting in the Township of Montclair, being broadcast live from Channel 34 and streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule and set forth by the Township Council at the reorganization meeting of July 31st, 2024. At this time, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing while Sarah Schackner sings the Star-Spangled Banner. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, we have to erase. Oh, this works. First. All right.
Sarah, you can come down and
Sure.
if you like. And if you want, you can face the audience if you'd like to.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Woo! Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, why don't you just tell us a little bit about yourself? Your voice is beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I'm 15 and I'm a rising junior at Montclair High, and I love singing, so I'm so thankful for this opportunity. Thank you.
And you realize this is our first regular meeting of this Township Council, so we're honored that you would come here and bless us with your beautiful voice. Thank you.
Thank you so
All right.
so much.
Madam Clerk, Bermudez-Nieves, if you would be so kind as to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Here.
Councilor Birmingham?
Here.
Councilor D'Amato?
Here.
Councilor Lockman? Here. Councilor Toller?
Here.
Councilor Williams?
Here.
Mayor Baskerville?
Present. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to motion for a resolution authorizing executive session without the public being present for the purposes of us discussing, we're discussing personnel and litigation and appointments. I made a motion. Would someone make a second?
Aye.
Okay.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Lockman?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. And so for the public, we're now going to excuse you, and the estimated time of our executive session is about 1.5 hours roughly, and we're hoping that you will join us again at around 7 in that ballpark. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The Township of Montclair mourns the death of Superintendent Jonathan C. Pons, a tragic loss for our Township of Montclair. He brought so many of us together in his very short tenure across all races, across all stations, across all wards, and he was determined to make us the best that we can be in terms of education. I have a tremendous appreciation for the selfless service of Dr. Pons, and we offer our condolences to his wife, Jenna, and their 3 sons. I please ask at this time if you would just stand, and we'll just have a moment of thought, a silence, and just offer our condolences, well wishes, and however you want to remember such a selfless man. Thank you. We did the roll call before, and at this point, this is a regularly scheduled meeting. We have to do it again because we came out of executive session? No, I already did it. Huh? Yeah. Right, I'm just listening to everybody because we're all, okay, yeah, I didn't think we had to repeat it. I'm sorry. There have been presented to the council the minutes of June 11th, 2024 meeting and July 1st, 2024. Are there any corrections or additions? May I have a motion to adopt?
July 1st, so moved. So, July 1st minutes, so moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Opposed? For the minutes of June 11th, does anybody want to make a motion to adopt?
I'd like to make a motion that we table those minutes.
I would second that.
Any discussion?
I think I was not at that meeting, but I think I did not have a chance to go back and review the videotape, so I will do that before the next meeting, and then I will be able to approve. Is that okay from your perspective? Okay.
Anyone else? Please do a roll call.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. At this time, Deputy Mayor Susan Shin Anderson will present a proclamation. This proclamation is for Jason Gleason. Jason, are you here this evening? I see you. Can you come down, please?
As you all probably know, Jason is leaving his position as Executive Director of the Montclair Center BID at the end of this month. And we just wanted to recognize him, myself, Mayor Baskerville, and the other council members for his 8 years of service. We have a proclamation here. There's a lot of great things here. I'm going to just try not to read everything verbatim and just sort of basically summarize the amazing work that he's done. As I said, Jason has been of service to the Montclair Center BID for 8 years, 3 of which was as a board member, as an officer and president, and 5 as the executive director. This BID represents and works to support over 500 businesses and 150 property owners. And throughout his entire tenure, Jason has brought his considerable skill set and passion to making downtown Montclair a great place to live, work, and play. He's been a tireless advocate and served as a communications hub between the township departments and businesses. He's developed close working relationships with township, county, and state personnel, doing whatever he can to be useful. Under his leadership, the BID successfully secured over $1.6 million in grant funding, which is amazing, empowering the organization to launch so many impactful programs and drive significant economic growth, including during the very difficult COVID-19 pandemic. He's been able to establish strong partnerships with different community and nonprofit organizations and supporting their efforts with his expertise, advocacy, marketing efforts, and grant support. He champions efforts to bring music and art to our downtown as part of our many initiatives, from the Art Walk to the Jazz Festival, supporting the Montclair African American Heritage Festival, Montclair Film, and the list goes on. And above all, I was very impressed when I heard this, that he's helped develop a strong marketing program for downtown, guiding the development of Experience Montclair, a destination marketing organization that's partly funded by the Department of Tourism. And Montclair Center has consistently made state and national publications best of lists. So therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, we do hereby extend sincere gratitude and appreciation to Jason Gleason for his service to the business community, for all of Montclair, the Township of Montclair. So I'm sad to see you go leave this position, but I know we'll probably be seeing more of you.
Jason, did you want to say something?
Speech, all right.
Thank
you. So I'm not usually one for fanfare and all this, but honestly, this is it's a great honor. I've been in a mode of reflecting a lot lately, really over the last couple of, 2 months since I've said that I was resigning, and sort of walking around the streets and enjoying the fruits of the labor of the organization. Obviously, it's not just myself, my board of directors and my staff and the businesses and the organizations that I've gotten the great honor to work with. It's been really incredible. Even as I'm looking around this room, I'm seeing really amazing people who've been incredibly supportive throughout the time that I've gotten the chance to work here. I'm seeing Marie from out Montclair, Zena from the South End, Deidre Malloy is sitting here. I don't want to miss him, like Kathleen from the HBC.
Yes.
Amina's here, the Montclair Mutual Aid,
Yes.
Renee Baskerville, Carmel from the Planning Board, Eileen and Eric. And the list goes on. It's really truly been such an honor to serve this incredible town, and I intend to I guess be a fixture here and not go too far. But thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Jason. So at this time, we're going to open the meeting up for public comment. On the agenda, it says agenda items only. Do we have to pass a resolution to include all items at this point in time, because we're not interested in having people have to wait until the end of the meeting to come up in public comment? So do we have to do a resolution?
No,
to
you
do
don't
that?
have
We
to
can
do a
just-
resolution. You
Okay,
can-
so I'd like to let you all know that at this time, if you have comments and you'd like to come forward for public comment, this is open to all comments, not restricted to just agenda items. Please sign in over there, and you will be offered 2 to 3 minutes. If you're in the middle of a sentence and you want to finish, we're not going to cut you off. We would like you to try and respect the 2 to 3 minutes, and just understand that we'd like to give you as long as you'd want, but depending on how many people are here, sometimes it gets difficult. Thank you.
Certainly, Mayor. Thank you very much. My name is Scott Gibson, 122 Midland Avenue. I'm a member of the Clary Anderson Arena Association, and I just want to welcome the mayor and the new council people to this very interesting and trying experience that you're going to go through. You know, I've been going to the meetings for the last 18 months. I know how hard this is for you guys. There's people on the council and people that I know here who have been with us through all those meetings, getting Clary Anderson on the board and stuff like that. I want to thank everybody who's been supporting with us, and anything you guys need to do to go forward with Clary Anderson and any other projects in Montclair. We're not just interested in that one project. We're willing to help with anything else. And I know you guys are all new to the project, and I think one of the things that you want to do is kind of, keep some roots with people who've been here before, and so you got some guidance from, it's going to be difficult being a whole new council, right? So it's something to keep in mind in terms of, some legacy knowledge and stuff like that, because it's going to be a rough thing. For 18 months, I've seen how the old council and the old mayor work through, and it's a tough job. And I wish you guys the best of luck. And again, anything that the Clary Anderson Arena Association can do to help you guys make Montclair a better town, we're willing to help. You guys know how to reach out to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Evan Ruddle, and Mayor Baskerville, I want to thank you for issuing a thoughtful statement about the passing of Dr. Pons and for your recognition of him this evening. He was a wonderful man whose life's work was to educate and care for other people's children.
Yes.
I hope that people will honor his legacy and all of the sacrifices he made by contributing to the college fund that has been established for his 3 young sons. Mr. Lapola, I'd like to highlight specifically your kindness toward and collaboration with Dr. Pons. As others attack Dr. Pons online and in person, not just about policies, but politically and personally, you reached out to him to find common ground and to work together. You could have stood and watched from the sidelines, but you didn't. As someone who endures lots of personal attacks himself, you perhaps empathized with the toll public service jobs take on people. You certainly understood that Dr. Pons was a good man, trying to do right by kids and the community, and that no one who worked so tirelessly, who was so devoted to children, deserved to be personally maligned. And so you collaborated on multiple projects, including the repair of Nishoane Park. You personally made government work at the speed of light, which is all too often an oxymoron. And that kept children and families much safer this year. Many of us thank you for that and greatly appreciate that you made it easier for Dr. Pons to live his mission over the last few months. Mayor Baskerville and council members, thank you again for recognizing Dr. Pons, who is a kind, humble, giving human being.
Yes.
I hope the Montclair community will honor his legacy of taking care of our children by stepping up and supporting his young children.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good evening. My name is David Corfage. I live at 58 Tuxedo Road. I'm also speaking in my capacity as president of the group Montclair Climate Action. First of all, just thank you to all of you for stepping up to do what you're doing here tonight and for the next few years. I really appreciate the work that you guys are going to be putting in. I want to speak tonight about the proposal which is on the agenda to buy 2 hybrid cars for the township fleet. Hybrid cars were a great environmental technology 25 years ago. Today, you would be hard-pressed to describe them as cutting edge. Today, if you want to do what's necessary to address the climate crisis, electric vehicles are what needs to be done. Towns all around us are buying EVs. Maplewood, Bloomfield, Hoboken, Jersey City, Patterson, Bergen County, Ridgewood's looking into it. So why is Montclair still going with the 25-year-old technology rather than doing what needs to be done, which is electrifying the city fleet? This is especially true given that the proposed cost of the hybrids of $40,000 per car. I was able to find 3 electric vehicles on the market now with MSRPs lower than that. I don't know the procurement rules of the township, or the township can get that price, but it seems to me that if the township can get EVs for no more than they would pay for a gas-powered car, or about the same price, they should do that, especially given lower maintenance costs for electric vehicles. This is especially the case because I believe that Lisa Johnson has obtained a grant to install chargers at Township Hall. These grants have an expiration date, and while they won't cover the whole cost of the installation, the township would be foolish to pass up the opportunity to get money to do something which, frankly, we're going to have to do sooner or later. So postpone this purchase, get the chargers installed, buy electric cars, and get started on the transition we need to make. The truth is the climate crisis is upon us. You can see it in the headlines. We can feel it in the air, literally today. According to Montclair's own climate action plan, nearly half of township greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation, to say nothing of other pollution. That means there's no way we can address our impact on climate without tackling transportation, and electrifying the city fleet is part of doing that. Long term, what I would love to see this council do is pass a resolution to have the Environmental Commission, the Sustainability Coordinator, the manager, and the department heads develop a plan to electrify the city fleet as cars are retired, so that the default when buying a new vehicle is electric vehicles rather than 25-year-old hybrid technology. Right now, please consider holding off on this and seeing if we have a chance to take advantage of existing opportunities to start the process of electrification. I was at a climate change rally in New York City recently, and I saw a sign that said, "Think like an ancestor." That's what I want to encourage you all to do. We are ancestors of all the people who come after us. What are we doing to leave them the world better than we found it? You, as city leaders, are in a place to be climate heroes and to make a real positive contribution. It is a privilege I hope that you will take advantage of. You can make Montclair a climate leader and leave a legacy you can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. And several members of council, when they received their agenda, communicated the same thoughts to me.
Yeah.
So I'm asking that this item be pulled, and we're going to go out to bid for electric vehicles.
Good evening, and at first I just wanted to congratulate all of you for your win and being on the being on the council. It's a tough job, but we are really looking forward to your strength and your leadership for the town. My name is Judy Hurley. I have lived in Montclair for a little over 15 years. I've been an active member of the community. My daughter graduated from the Montclair Public School System. I'm also an employee of the township. I was hired a little over a year ago as the Director of Senior Services. Prior to coming to the township, I worked in leadership development and nonprofit management. I'm here tonight to reassure you that despite what you may have read in the papers or in the various Facebook groups in town, Michael Lapola has demonstrated what I would term as excellent leadership skills. He has been generous with his time to teach and strategize with staff on issues relating to the township and program development, solving problems. His compassion and confidence has been a great role model for staff. His ability to make decisions and stick with them based on data and feedback, despite the onslaught of negative press, has been remarkable. I think it's imperative, and I hope that you understand that while he will never please all of the residents in town, and neither will all of you, it is important that for you to know that we have witnessed a leader who has been consistent and compassionate to the people who work for him in this township. It is not a toxic environment. It has been a very professional environment, and I am proud to have him as our leader here in town, and I think that it's important that you know that from the staff. Thank you.
Excuse me, Attorney Burr, since I'm very new at this, can we discuss personnel at this time, or we can't discuss personnel?
Mayor, when you say discuss personnel, you're talking about
people want to come
a
up and talk
particular-
about personnel, because I just want to be certain if we're allowing people to come up and talk about Mr. Lepola or any other employee, how do we do that? Because I opted to let her continue because she was saying some pleasant things, but if I allow that, then it seems as though if people want to say some other things, then we should allow that. So I just need your assistance here in trying to decide how we're going to do this, please.
Well, I think the public is free to make comment. However, I would urge that anyone who comes up to say something that they might be not in a enlightened or a nice manner of one of the public employees of the township, that it's done respectfully and tastefully, and that it's honest and true and not disrespectful. I would suggest that the council refrain from discussing any personnel matters in public that are directly related to an employee's position in the township, as that is personal and confidential. But someone coming up and giving their opinion, another employee coming up and giving their opinion is fine.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Anna Grossman,
Good evening.
resident in Montclair. Last month was the hottest June New Jersey has experienced in 129 years, and we know that New Jersey's feeling the effects of climate change at a faster rate than any other state in the Northeast. What does this mean for Montclair? It means we need to get to work to protect our residents from the effects of extreme heat and greater precipitation. Tonight, I want to address two important items of climate resiliency, both of which also have a direct effect on our emissions. Number one, protecting and increasing our shade tree canopy. Number two, limiting impervious surfaces, in particular artificial turf. On the first issue, Montclair is lucky in that it has about 39% shade tree canopy. By comparison, Newark has a canopy of about 4%. However, much of Montclair's canopy is on private property. In fact, about 50% of New Jersey trees are on private property. The math tells us that we have no choice but to protect that 50% of trees. We must protect existing trees, as well as plant new ones. I'm grateful that our environmental coordinator, Lisa, has been able to secure a large grant for tree plantings in our overburdened communities. That's one step. Another step to help our shade tree department is what a small group of us have been discussing, and that is the importance of establishing a shade tree commission. Most towns in New Jersey have a shade tree commission. On behalf of this group, I'm requesting today that you establish one. A volunteer group of residents who pledge to provide functional support and advice to our township, working directly with the Department of Community Services. This could mean research, grant writing, education, but more importantly, help with implementation and follow-up of any protective measures and ordinances that are adopted to protect our tree canopy. I have a list of passionate and tree knowledgeable residents ready to volunteer. I'm going to sleepaway camp in September for trees, and we can provide you with a draft ordinance. I believe that the head of community services as well as the head of planning department are in support of us establishing this. On the second issue, we have 23 acres of artificial turf covered athletic fields and no process for that. In addition, there's an increase in the amount of marketing we see for artificial turf as a landscaping feature. I've been vocal about the environmental and public health problems artificial turf presents and how it exacerbates the heat island effect, with temperatures recently documented of 150 plus degrees and the danger it poses with regards to PFAS and microplastics contamination. We need a moratorium on artificial turf, as many communities in Massachusetts and California have passed, and I understand as the Montclair Environmental Commission supports. It's time to take seriously the need for natural playing surfaces, at a minimum because of the extreme heat they bring to communities, not to mention pollution, microplastics pollution, emissions, and PFAS contamination. Separately, Cape May just passed a ban on artificial turf as landscaping on private property, as did the entire state of Colorado. Other states have passed legislation to ban artificial turf of any kind if it has PFAS in it. I think that you can and should also pass a ban on artificial turf as an acceptable landscaping material in Montclair ASAP. It has no place here. I urge you to form a shade tree commission, pass a moratorium on athletic fields with artificial turf, and ban artificial turf as a landscaping product. Thank you. I'll follow up with an email.
Thank you, Anna.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcia Almeida.
Good
I am
evening.
here to welcome and congratulate each one of you on your win and your workforce. On behalf of the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, I am pleased to inform you that we are ready to start working as a team. The Township Boards, Commission, Committees, and Advisory Groups all play an important role that benefit our township. Our missions are clear, and we are all part of it. While the previous council tried to redesign or reassign the committee, Park and Recreation and Cultural Affairs have continued to work, organizing park visitation, park cleanups. We have a long-standing project that need to be addressed, including 399 Orange Road. Given the density of the forward, it's a great idea to turn 399 into a park that provides both green space and opportunity for an art and recreation for the residents. This will improve the quality of life for the highly populated area. We envision this area as a green art park, which will be unique to the area and giving the residents a special place for artistic and recreational activities. It is not just about planting and replacing trees. It's all about us coming together to make a positive difference. The Park and Recreation Department Advisory Committee have more projects to put in motion, but as someone mentioned to me, taking baby steps and making compromise are important to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shakira Sharif. I reside at 2 South Willow Street.
Sorry.
Shakira Sharif, 2 South Willow Street.
Yes, good evening.
My concerns began June 2nd. I reached out to Amina Toller, and she pointed me in the direction of who I needed to contact. I am now driving literally in oncoming traffic lanes to enter my street. Okay, we have new restaurants in the location, and these restaurants are bringing more traffic than necessary. Okay, I've emailed you, I've emailed Lori Abrams. This was before you. I actually came here, didn't know, unbeknownst to me, that it was the day that you all were being sworn in a couple weeks ago. However, this is a big concern, okay? You have people double parking all in front of the street, you know, the building, the sidewalk. I contacted the code enforcement the other day. These restaurants now have seating on the sidewalk, which was already parallel to a bench. So now it's impossible to even walk down the street, okay? You have the delivery men on bikes. This is too much and it's excessive. I should not be driving into oncoming traffic lanes to turn into my block from Bloomfield Avenue. It's ridiculous. Something needs to be done. I've contacted Parking Authority. I don't even see them anymore. They've told me it's 2 people per vehicle. They are in parking lots. So they are unable to get to South Willow Street and the other areas in the downtown area in a timely manner. On top of that, they are not reachable after a certain time of day. So I then have to contact the police department. This is not a way you should live. Anyone driving, double parking, is totally uncalled for, and something needs to be done. If people want to patronize these restaurants, they need to find parking like everyone else. Not park illegally, unsafe. Like, they are parking in a traveling lane, putting on their hazard lights and thinking that gives them the entitlement to park there. No. I live here. I can't even have someone come pick me up in front of my building because there's nowhere for them to park. It's ridiculous. We should not have to live like that.
You're right.
Not only am I a lifelong resident of Montclair, I grew up on South Willow Street. So to see what it is now, my grandparents would literally roll over in their grave if they still owned 29 South Willow Street. Okay, so that's why I'm here. I don't come to meetings very often, but like, just the mere fact of not being able to move about is just ridiculous. And something needs to be done. Parking authority, they need to be more present. This is not gonna end well, because people are going to end up having an accident. So,
Manager LaPola here will assist us.
Mayor, both you and Councilor Williams have brought this to my attention because you sent an email, and I had a meeting today with parking, and they will be sending someone to literally be there all day to hopefully send the message to people. Obviously, they can't be there 365, but we're hoping that if they see enforcement going on day after day, that we can start to change the behavior over there. So we're going to take that action.
okay, that's good to know.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, my name is Scott Beck. I live at 60 Tuxedo. I've been here since 2001. And I am asking if you guys would reconsider the chicken coop policy, mainly because they bring vermin. We have someone on our block who has it, and now a lot of the neighbors had to get exterminators for rats at great expense, $800,000. I know that there are rules about chicken coops, that they're supposed to be vermin-free, but by the time the vermin show up, it's dependent on the neighbors to alert the township. It's sort of too late, you know. So I haven't seen any rats until the chicken coop went up on our block. Been here 20 years, 20-some years. But now we see them regularly in the evening. So just asking if you would ban chicken coops. None of our neighboring towns allow it. All right, that's all I wanted to say. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Excuse me, before we start, Mr. LaPola, the email I sent you the other day, were you able to get an answer back on that from Michelle?
On
the chicken coops?
I sent it to enforcement to see, because I believe there was an issue of distance from the chicken coops from the neighboring property.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that they are going over there to do an inspection.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and brand-new council. Congratulations again on your appointments and elections. I am not directly going to speak to Resolution R 24-161, where it speaks to a Sustainable Jersey PSE&G Partnership Program grant, but I am going to speak specifically to PSE&G. Several years ago, there were conversations about the power grid here in town and the deficiencies that the power grid has, whether it's in the wintertime with snow, summertime with excessive heat, and recently, in a matter of 30 days, the 4th Ward has had a power outage. I do not know how many streets were out. I do not know how often power outages occur in the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd Ward, but I think it's important for the municipality to take a look at the history of the issues that PSE&G promised the township under Mayor Spiller that they would address as it relates to the power grid. I think about people who are on oxygen. I think about people who are elderly or people who may have asthma or have other health issues. And then while the power usually goes on within 3 or 4 hours, sometimes the power has been out for more than 6 hours. So I understand that business needs to be had on different aspects of the environment, you know, and other programs, but I think it's very important that Public Service Electric and Gas figure out how to properly resolve this issue. I'm becoming concerned, and as someone asked me, do you think this is only happening in the 4th Ward? I don't know, because I haven't done the research to figure out where the power grids are failing. But it is something that I am going to look into because it's a concern. And I just wanted to share that with you. Perhaps I know, Mr. Lapola, that you inherited some things, but I know under the previous manager, there were conversations where PSE&G came in and did a panel. And it was a Zoom thing, or maybe it was on TV 34, I can't remember specifically, but they promised the previous administration to resolve this, and it is not resolved. And in this day and age, the amount of money this municipality pays for power, and it's, as well as the residents, this is something that needs to be resolved. They should do some type of analytical research to find out why the grid continues to fail and figure out how to resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy. Just so you'll know, on yesterday or the day before, Manager Lapola and myself, we met with a representative from PSE&G. There will be a group of people that will be attending Councilor Toller's meeting on, what day is that?
The 23rd.
On the
July
23rd at the fire headquarters. And they will discuss the information that they have at this time. We're very well aware of it, but I'd also like to let you know that it is not just a Fourth Ward situation. We're very well aware of a situation that's up by Applegate's Farm in Ward 1, almost in the northernmost side of our township, and frequently they experience the lights going out to all over. We're experiencing this with the very old infrastructure everywhere. We'll be able to identify some of those spots in the areas, and the PSE&G team will let you know what our plans are. We're going to have some short-term plans and then some long-term plans. We'll be talking about the immediate things that they're doing at the meeting next week. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the additional information.
Yep. Thank you.
And Mayor, before we proceed,
Yes.
just in terms of the agenda, I'm going to ask that resolution number 14, resolution R24-169, be pulled from this agenda.
Okay, we're going to pull
Number 14.
Resolution 14 and
Yes.
16.
Right.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Chrissy Thomas, and I recently ran for mayor, and I was defeated by the great Renee Baskerville, our first elected female mayor of color. Congratulations. As all of you know, I've been an active and involved Montclair citizen for quite some time. I've gone to every meeting for the past several years. And as the old song went, I'm a Mountie born, a Mountie bred, and when I die, I'll be a Mountie dead. I want to remind all the other Mounties that this weekend is the class reunion at Nishuane. It's the all-class reunion, so try to stop by and say hello. I also want to officially congratulate and thank all of you for being willing to bring your energy, time, and talent to serve the taxpayers, businesses, and stakeholders of Montclair. I also want to offer a special thanks to Bob Russo, Elmar Vanderer, Roddy Moore, Wendy Triburico, Zena Floyd, and Pat Hurt for running and offering their significant skills and talents to the people of Montclair. We all actually knew or learned what was going on in this town and about the abuses within our government and how our money was being spent, and we were willing to do the math and make tough, creative choices that are great for Montclair, as opposed to what gave people power or prestige. You're all taking time away from your families with the hope of leaving the town with a stronger sense of morale and togetherness, and with strong policies that result in growth and improvement for our amazing Montclair. I hope every one of you here will join me in a round of applause for their willingness to serve. We don't take your service for granted, and we place our trust in you as our elected officials, and we're grateful for your service. I also want to offer my sincere condolences to the family of Dr. Pons, and to say that there's a GoFundMe page for the college funds of Dr. Pons' children, organized by our former PTAC president, Tessie Thomas. If you want to donate, donate. I also want to thank every person who takes the time to come to meetings and speak up. They should all be thanked. I want to thank specifically Sarah Avery, Jennifer Andre, Mariana Horta, Anna Grossman, Lauren Berman, Lonnie Summer Padilla, and so many of my Montclair Town Council family, some of you who are up there now, the Birmingham sisters, who researched important issues and brought that research to the attention of our community. The research takes hours, and we're so grateful to the council and to this council for the help that you're going to do for the town. And we love that you're going to get the agenda out earlier so we don't have to spend from Friday to Tuesday searching for information. We're all on the same team now, and we're trying to do what's best for Montclair. I'm confident that you'll leverage the strong talents and brilliance of our citizen committees, commissions, and boards so that we once again become the Montclair that's the role model for what every New Jersey town hopes to become. A cultural hub with great restaurants, entertainment, homes, transportation, diversity, schools, shopping, parking, businesses, and services. Because we have smart people like you rallying and encouraging the involvement of our incredible population, there's really nothing that we can't accomplish well. I'm hopeful that this council will be cautious and thoughtful with our tax dollars. Please look to our CFO for her expert financial skills and guidance instead of improperly attempting to ostracize employees or create hostile work environments. The basic question is simple. If the answer to the question of who benefits is Montclair, it's probably a great thing to do. We should all be looking to figure out what's in the best interests of Montclair as a whole, and to achieve forward movement in incrementally planned steps so our bottom line is improved as our infrastructure and services in economically feasible ways are accomplished. To get there, we need to look to our spending, and several areas of focus need to be our legal bills and our IT department, and I respectfully suggest that we look to shared IT services with the county, and we revisit all of the bills of Riker Danzig and other outside firms. We also need to look carefully at the issues of infrastructure and our power grid. I can tell you that on the side of Brookfield Road, where I live in the 2nd Ward, we are out almost every other day for a couple of hours, and it's because of the things that Dr. Baskerville spoke about. I'm hopeful and excited to see all of you up there. You worked so hard, and you're a joy to be around and to work with. I'm so grateful for your service, and I hope it's fun and exciting and not awful and draining.
Thank you. Thank you, Chrissy.
Hi, Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. I understand number 14, the Aubrey resolution has been pulled. However, I did prepare some remarks on that, so I will deliver them. The council's vote to approve resolutions is the key control in their capacity as the governing body. Without this key control, the manager is free to act in his own interest unchecked. No staff member or individual council member, including the mayor, can approve any commitment financially encumbering the Township of Montclair. The manager is not empowered to authorize Aubrey to invoice services over and above the amount approved via Resolution 23010. Only the council, in an open public meeting by resolution, could approve procurement of additional services prior to those services being rendered. Unforeseen conditions resulting in additional necessary work cannot be assigned without a resolution approved by council in an open public meeting. It is impossible for the council to approve this resolution as any services invoiced by Aubrey in excess of $40,000 in 2023 were unauthorized. Additionally, services Aubrey invoiced in connection with the Essex Park feasibility study have not been performed in compliance with the contract. An evaluation of design options for Essex Park was specified in the RFQ. Aubrey is running a capital campaign not unlike those that charitable organizations engage in. Aubrey principals made political contributions to Sean Spiller's campaign fund, which prohibits the contract from being awarded. The feasibility study report was due by July 1st, but the manager claims no report has been provided. The Township of Montclair has already paid Aubrey approximately $150,000 since 2021 for for grant writing services with no measurable success. How can Montclair do business with a vendor that does not provide value to the community or honor contractual terms? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville.
Good evening.
Council members. If I didn't get a chance to say congratulations to you all, congratulations. I've been in around this type of environment just about all my life, so I would wish you good luck. My name is Eric Payne, 12-year resident of Montclair, 70 South Fullerton Avenue. My question is about the cannabis, the amended cannabis resolution, and if you're going to take any action on it anytime soon, what the status is of that. The previous council had passed the amended resolution, but through kind of a mistake or some misunderstandings, it wasn't able to go through, and now it's been rolled over to your council. So I'm just wondering when you guys might take that up, if it can move forward. You know, Ascend has left town. We're looking forward to filling that hole, as are the other cannabis members, to provide that tax revenue for the town, and also to support some of the charitable organizations that we've committed to. For me, that's the most important objective that we have. So I just wanted to pose that to you and perhaps see if we can move that along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lauren Berman. I'm a resident of the First Ward.
Good evening.
Congratulations. Good evening. It's refreshing to see all of you up here. I'm glad too. Having never received a response from my former ward councilor to a single email I sent, I'm very happy to have a different situation now. Thank you also for removing the hybrid vehicle resolution, for changing public comment tonight from the agenda. These are definitely things that are showing immediate responsiveness to things that can change, so I hope to see that continue. What got me up out of my seat was the alarming continuation of inaccurate legal guidance that the council is receiving that cannot continue. Someone came up to make a comment about Mr. LaPolla, which I'm not here to talk about you, and I'm not addressing that at all at the comment. Appropriately, being new and learning, Mayor Baskerville, you wanted to do the right thing, and you asked Mr. Burr to tell you whether the public can come and comment about town employees, i.e., are they allowed to exercise their First Amendment rights? I absolutely applaud you for wanting to get it right. The legal guidance that you received in response to that was not. Yes, the public can come up and criticize anything going on in their government. That's what the United States of America is about. Mm-hmm. That's not something that we need a law degree to know. That's something that, Schoolhouse Rock taught us. So the idea that we received a response from council, something to the effect of the public cannot disparage people acting in their government, is scary and basic. It's not a complicated issue of government law. And, we all saw the Glen Ridge fire contract passing after Robin Schlager was hoodwinked. We can't have this continue. This needs to end, please. Thank you.
Mayor, may I? I
Yes,
take
sir,
great
Mr. Burr.
offense, great offense to that comment. I did not say, I never said, and the council can recall this, that the public could not comment about a public employee. I said I would hope that it would be respectful if it was something disparaging. I never said they couldn't come and make any negative comment regarding a public employee. So the record's clear and correct. One other comment, Mayor, because I've sat here for 2 years pretty respectfully and quiet and taking the comments of the public and not responding. The comment that former Councilwoman Schlager was hoodwinked into voting on a resolution is completely inaccurate and untrue. And I will not stand for those types of untruths anymore and sit here silently. It's incorrect, it's untrue, and continuing to say it is defamatory.
Okay, I'd like to move on, please, and I prefer that we don't make comments about people that are not present at the time. So let's just move on. Good evening, Donnie. How are you?
Good. Donato DiGeronimo, I'm chairman of the Montclair Celebration July 4th committee, and we want to, first of all, Renee used to be on our committee, and I want to congratulate all of you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
It's a tough job, but Montclair deserves a good council. I want to thank Mr. LaPola for all the help that he did to our liaison, Michelle Camerata, who's a wonderful. She's been on our committee now in the last couple of years, taking Pat Betchka's place, and she has been wonderful. I come to this. I see that Jason Gleason was here. I was on the founding board of the Montclair bid. I was the first secretary of the board, and we did that mostly because the town wasn't picking up the garbage, and I still have pictures of garbage all over the city of a presentation we made to the council at that time. But also, I was also chairman for 2 years of the Celebrate Montclair Committee, and Renee would remember it, that in 1999 and 2000, we actually blocked Bloomfield Avenue for the first time. The county let us do it as part of the Montclair Downtown Alliance, which was the merchants, Montclair Economic Development Corporation, which was actually developing. I was on both. I was a member of each. And when we decided that the bid was going to, help us clean up the garbage and make the downtown more presentable, and it seems to have worked. And congratulations, Jason. I don't know if you're still here. Congratulations and wonderful job, and good luck with it, whatever you do. The contrast at that time, we blocked Bloomfield Avenue from Fresh Fields all the way to Lackawanna Plaza for 2 years with 4 stages. It's still the largest event that we ever had. I have videos of it. You can see tens of thousands of people walking up and down Bloomfield Avenue. But at that time, the town really didn't help us very much. We were doing this despite the town. And that's why the contrast with Mr. LaPola being there, it was much more help this year. When we needed something, he solved any problems we had for the parade.
Your mic.
I'm sorry, I hit it. Okay. Also, as everybody knows, I'm connected to the town through the fire department, through everything else.
Yes.
So I still have a lot of connections in the town. And I just want to say that the consensus of the people that I know, that I talk to, is Mr. LaPola is doing a wonderful job. So I just want to give him some kudos. All right. Thank you very much. Good luck, okay?
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Quick question. Are you forming a finance committee
Good
tonight?
evening.
Good evening.
Mariana, please tell us your name. And
Oh, sorry. I'm
Thank
Mariana
you.
Horta. I live on Gordonhurst Avenue. And I'm asking this question because if the answer is yes, I'm just going to save everyone 2 to 3 minutes and just thank you. So are you forming a finance committee tonight?
What did she ask us? Are we forming a finance committee? We had an executive session, and we talked about potentially who those members will be. We will begin working right away, and allow us a little bit more before we make any announcements. But I do want you to know that we will be working rapidly with a group that we believe may eventually become that committee, but we're not going to commit to it tonight.
Okay. So if you could give me a timer, I'll do a better job of timing myself.
I'm sorry, Marianne, I can't hear you very
I'm
well.
so sorry. I was asking Ms. Bermudez if I could have a timer. No problem. If I can't, I'll do my best.
Okay.
Please just tell me to go, okay? I just don't want to exceed my welcome. So I brought for you a time series of the township municipal use tax. That's only the municipal use. Since 2010, so you can see what happened when the 2% cap came in. And since then, truly, this year has been an outlier, and this is what you can expect if you don't have a manager and your CFO working together with your finance committee. Now, last year, the CFO at least had a working relationship with the manager. But this past year, it seems as if people were driving with their eyes closed. And budgets have inertia. The township doesn't lay off people to save money for taxpayers, ever. So if you want to right this ship, you're going to need to sit down with your manager and your CFO and figure out how to stop hiring, where you can save. It's not going to happen in 3 months. It will be too late because people who go away will already be replaced. So please sit down with your CFO. And finally, I also appreciate that you've been putting out fires that I don't even know exist, and that you're very, very busy, and this is not your priority right now. I just wanted to put it front and center so it becomes a priority. And I want to thank you so much for your service already. I'm so thrilled to come here and see your faces here. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Okay?
and thank you very much for bringing the data with you. I appreciate it.
You're way under time, by the way.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor Baskerville and council members. Congratulations on your sitting
Good
here.
evening.
I'm Corentin Chevalier, 2 years Montclair resident, little tenure. I live on 41 Melrose Place since these 2 years. I'm an avid biker and a bike bus leader. So bike bus, we've worked on this with the previous administration. And it's hundreds of children, future voters, that happily take on their bikes on Friday to ride to school. For me, it's pure joy. For them, I think it's pure freedom, pure autonomy. And I believe this is the future too. Montclair, I believe, is an awesome city for active mobility. It's a rich blend of businesses, residential, restaurants, stations. The geography is small. The community, I think, is calling for this. But it's a great place to develop active mobility and have more people on bicycles, on walking. But what happens when I ride my bike with my daughter is, there are too many people, I think, passing close by, specifically on one-lane streets. We have more and more people reporting being yelled at, bombs, and what it happened to one of our leaders this week on Claremont Avenue. What does make you think that you can use this road to bike? This is happening in this city. I was personally on Valley and Watchung being, pressed by a car behind that was honking at me. This is not safe, etc. I said, well, the law allows me to be here, and the law protects me in riding here, and you should pass like 5 feet away. This is New Jersey law. What we feel, and there's pressure from behind, etc. There are also many, many courteous drivers, but I think there is this danger that happens. What we feel is that there's a lack of education and potentially of understanding of the law that goes to law enforcement. So my question is, what could be done in terms of signage, painting on the road, education campaigns, so that people understand that the road is for everybody? And many people, many studies acknowledge the fact that the more active mobility there is, the safer it is for everybody. The cars, the walkies, and the people bicycling on any other form of mobility. So A, law enforcement and education. B, Vision Zero. So this town has a Vision Zero
Right.
committee. That's great.
Yes.
We believe that a milestone is to pass the Vision Zero complete and green streets policies that provides a framework, some standards to make sure that we commit together to make steps at a time to go into concrete actions. And C, the budget. We'd like that there is some clear budget allocations for this. I believe that it's not expensive to implement Vision Zero specifically, and I see since my 2 years here that there is frequently some pavement redone because of the ice, etc. If we work on Vision Zero, on bike lanes, on anything, traffic calming measures in the occasion of repaving, I think it comes as a tiny fraction of additional cost, and we call for this to happen. It's a tip, and this is it. We'd like this city to show what the future could be. Some people have mentioned, climate adaptation, climate mitigation. I believe the bike is part of it, on top of being something excellent for everybody. We see them on the bikes to go around, to shop. It resolves as well the double parking problem, double line parking problem, etc. We'd love to see that city blossom. Thanks to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Excuse me. Hello. No. Would you mind leaving your name and phone number with the clerk for us? Did you say that you were part of Vision Zero, or you just a?
No, I know there's a committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, would you mind leaving it for me? Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Hey, how are you both?
Hi there.
Good.
Let me get my glasses on. First, we would like to welcome our new mayor and council. Unfortunately, during the last few weeks, we were unable to find time for our meeting when we met with the departments. This time of year is like Christmas in retail for us, so we've been pretty much nonstop. I'm sorry, Michelle Camerata and Garland Thornton. Garland and I have spent over 60 years collectively working for the Township of Montclair. I don't know how our moms let us start working at age 10, honestly. Little did we know at the time, we started our recreation careers working as a lifeguard and a summer parks maintenance employee. We used to joke that once you took a job in recreation in Montclair, you were never leaving. How true that is. We have most likely worked every position, part-time, seasonal, and full-time in recreation and cultural affairs activities. There are no weekends and holidays in our field. It gets humbling and totally reminds us of our age when we come across adults who now are raising their children in town saying, hey, I remember I was on your Little League team, or I was a camper at your summer program. Being in recreation, we get to be out and about with our programs and activities. We love the interaction with the families, kids, and adults. There is always something rewarding about planning a new activity or program and watching it become an instant hit or giving us another chance to replan when it isn't. There is an understanding that when you see the rec people, fun things are going to happen. We believe our darkest days were when COVID appeared. Never in our wildest imagination did we envision having to cancel all of our activities and sports, closing parks, sports fields, and playgrounds. There was something surreal about putting chains and padlocks on playground and sports facilities. Garland and I looked at each other and we said, we don't want to be virtual. By June 2020, we knew to get our residents, by June 2020, we knew we had to get our residents out of their homes and back into the world. We definitely had some recreation angels on our shoulders when we worked along with our health department, who guided us in the New Jersey COVID guidelines and restrictions to safely offer outdoor activities. Our pools opened, yes, the capacity was restricted, and we did the sanitation every 2 hours. Outdoor sports such as tennis, basketball, baseball, softball, and even an outdoor summer camp, which put temperature checks, sanitizing equipment, 6-foot distancing, and the constant watch that no one interacted too closely. Honestly, the kids were just happy to see each other face to face. We participated in hours of Zoom meetings and seminars telling us how to safely put forth summer and fall programming. We stayed outside until the cold temperatures no longer allowed us to do so. There were many times when we simply would hold our breath when we were notified of a COVID exposure, hoping our program did not have to be canceled. We, as the Recreation and Cultural Affairs Department, have always worked along with other township departments to put forth our programs and activities. It truly takes a village programming our residents, and we are thankful to the entire workforce of our township for enabling us to do so. There have been some difficult days in Montclair, and sometimes we ask ourselves, how did we get here? Many of the township workforce have retired within a short period of time, leaving diminished workforces. Both Garland and I have worked under many different managers and councils in our time of employment. We always kid each other, like we look at the wall and say, yes, we were here for all of these. While we rely, we don't always know all the answers to our work problems. While we rely on each other for advice and encouragement, we find there are times we need to get the guidance from our township manager. His presence in the building has been a light in some of the darkest days in our government. When he walked through these doors less than a year ago, he immediately arranged to meet
and get acquainted with each department. His hands-on approach was immediately evident. Mr. Lapola has an open-door policy and will always find the time to speak with you, whether you're an employee or a resident. There are no easy days in recreation, but there's a lot of rewarding ones. Seeing a child make their first catch, teaching a new sport, the smiles on faces when Santa appears at the tree lighting, and watching families enjoy their time together at our activities is priceless. I have to say, we love what we do. It is our hope that our new mayor and council will continue us on the upward path to keep calmness and unity in our workplace. Thank you. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. If I can just speak on behalf of myself, congratulations first on your new program. I look forward to working with all of you. I just wanted to say, Mr. Pola, I want to echo what Michelle said earlier, that he's been a breath of fresh air, in my opinion. From the day he's walked in, the first thing he did wanted to walk up and ask what your name was and what did you do. And we haven't had that in a long time here. So that made me personally, step my game up a little bit more, just to have somebody that I can see somebody in the hallway and ask me, you know what, how's your day doing? How is everything going on? And, and that goes a long way. A lot of times when I don't have a lot of time to meet up with Mr. Lapola, if I have to meet him in his office, because obviously he has a busy day. But a lot of times we speak in the parking lot at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night as we're going home, and it's just a simple, how you doing? How's your day going? How did you do? Or you got a joke to tell. That means a lot, and that speaks highly of his character and his, in the way he is as a person. So I love working with him, and I will look forward to work with him in the future, and I hope he still stays here to work on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gentlemen.
Hi. Well, I was,
Back.
hi.
He's back.
Congratulations once again. I wasn't going to say anything, but the gentleman in the green, I have to, I guess, say we didn't pay him to come up here and talk about Vision Zero. I've never met the man in my life, but I do want to say thank you very, very much. And I would be remiss in not coming and backing up what he said. One of the things that I really admire about the 7 of you sitting up here is that I believe that most of you, if not all of you, ran campaigns where you stood for something rather than standing against something, right? And I think that that's really commendable. And I think that's why you guys are all sitting on the dais today. And therefore, I encourage you all to stand for the Complete and Green Streets policy and pass it. Because as long as I've been working in town and as long as I have been working with the Business Improvement District over the years and been, working on these issues, it's been this chicken or the egg thing, right? It's like, oh, there's no one biking on the streets. Why is that? Oh, it's not safe. Oh, well, if it were more safe, there'd be more people biking on the street. And what do we do here? It's like, well, I mean, at the end of the day, right, don't we want to make it safe for people biking? Period. Because at the end of the day, I walked out of my office last year and I saw someone die on Bloomfield Avenue. End of story. People die in our town because they get hit by cars. So, if Vision Zero has put together a plan that uses best practice from around the country and the world, quite frankly, and uses the state's guidance on complete streets and safe streets, and we've put together that best practice, and it's been vetted by the entire board. That includes members of the township's employee staff, who are incredible, I must say, all of them. And we're handing it to you with a nice, amazing bow on it, and really it just standardizes and empowers the township employees to do great work and make the residents of the township safe and lower and reduce and eliminate pedestrian deaths and pedestrian strikes over the next couple of years. Why would we not do it? So I want to encourage you guys to really seriously take a look at that policy and get it passed because, well, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Secondarily, since everybody else did it, I'm going to jump on the bandwagon too. I've spoken many, many times over the last 5 years in this council chamber, and there's been a constant theme every single time I've talked. That has been, the undercurrent of that has been about building stronger partnerships between the bid and the township, right? And just working together and wanting to work together. And quite frankly, over the last year, the partnership between the township and the bid has never been stronger, and I want to thank you, Michael Lapola, for that. You've been awesome. Like picking up the phone and just talking. I mean, I know that doesn't sound like it's like, you know, like it's like rocket science or something, but like we've been able to accomplish a lot in just a year. Just working together, like open lines of communication and problem solving, and you know, it's really been nice. So I don't know what you want in your future here or what all that is, but really just over the last year, it's really been great. So thank you for that.
Thank you very
It's been
much.
Great. All right, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Janice Talley, the Director of Planning, and I've had the pleasure of meeting all of you in our preliminary work meeting. I just want to take this opportunity to say that I'm looking forward to working with you individually on your initiatives, discussing with you the various township initiatives that I'm involved in with right now. I came to Montclair as the Director of Planning in 2010. Coming from the private sector where I served as a consultant for many, many years. It's a different type of work here, and it's actually been very fulfilling to not only do the work of a planner, but to oversee implementation and see the many projects that we've been working on over the past 15 years actually come to fruition. Quite often it takes a lot longer than you expect, but to see things actually happen is very fulfilling. Unfortunately, over the last couple of years, it's been increasingly difficult to get things done. The morale in the workplace has been very poor because of all of the problems that have been going on, all the change in management. And my department has been the case with many other departments. We've had issues with keeping employees here employed, keeping things functioning, keeping things moving forward. I have to say that over the last year, we have had a firm hand. We've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Lapola, getting things moving, getting things accomplished, getting guidance, getting decision-making. And so I have to say it's been a pleasure working with Mr. Lapola over the past year. And I think that we have continued to accomplish the goals of my department. We've been able to keep things moving smoothly in terms of processing applications, getting initiatives going, getting employees hired. So I just wanted to take this opportunity, you know, after having worked with multiple managers and administrations here, I'm looking forward to working with all of you. But I just wanted to say that from my perspective and the work of my department, I think he's been provided a huge benefit to the town in providing a steady hand and being accessible and being reasonable and helping us to get things done. So. But thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So Amy, Monaco, I've met all of you, but I wanted to bring along our Director of Nursing. This is Peggy Brodowski. And so I'm here really to echo a lot of what was said about Mr. Lapola. I've only been here since March of 2023, so I don't have the experience that, you know, Janice and Michelle had working with other managers. But I know from my years of working that, you know, what a good manager is and what a not so good manager is. And I can tell you that Michael is absolutely one of the, you know, better managers for sure that I've worked with. He is very, you know, approachable, very thoughtful. he's not afraid to make decisions, even if they're not popular, which is important. I mean, you have to have that skill in this level of position. You know, he really appreciates the employees, and I feel like, you know, people feel good about, you know, working with him. And Peggy can talk a little bit about her experience and the nurses.
I'm speaking on behalf of the public health nurses and myself, and we are here. I'm here to also support the leadership of Mr. Lapola. Mr. Lapola is accessible to our employees. He is a great listener, and he's also a great problem solver. And he is supportive of our many health initiatives that we have in the community. And our nurses feel that the work that they're doing is valued. And we're really appreciative of that. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Is there one more person waiting to come? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First, let me say congratulations to all of you. Good to see all of you up here. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I am a resident of Montclair. I just wanted to, I know this is something I brought up, and I know Susan Shin Anderson had brought this up with the last council. So I just want to put it on the radar of this council, the anti-bias grant that was awarded, the $300,000 grant. I know Mr. Lapola, with the last council, I know it was being looked into. I don't know if there's any update on that, but just wanted to ask about that. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Lapola, would you mind giving an update, please?
Sure, Councilor. We have been going back and forth with the Department of Justice on this grant since December. They have approved most of our changes. We are just now awaiting a final approval on the extension of the budget, but we are very, very optimistic that we will be able to draw down the money in the very near future. To call it a bureaucratic Olympic exercise perhaps is an understatement when dealing with the federal government. Someone goes on vacation for 2 months, literally something could just sit there, but we have been successful making progress, and hopefully within the next couple of weeks it will be officially approved, and we will then be able to implement the program that this is supposed to fund.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I think it goes right to the mayor.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kathleen Bennett. I'm a resident of Montclair. I'm also the chairperson of the HPC in Montclair. I want to congratulate you on campaigns well run, and I've worked with many of you and looking forward to working with you on preservation, development, new construction, old construction. We're very fortunate to live in a community that has a long and varied history. The railroad came through. We have lots of worker housing. We have commercial districts. We have beautiful residential housing. And we also have a number of local architects that built in the township itself that were nationally known, did work in New York City, did work in European countries. So I want to impress upon everyone, and I really hope to have the opportunity, as I said, to work with everybody in your wards about the importance of what we're trying to maintain. It's a balance, certainly a balance with trying to maintain the historic ambiance of what we have, and also looking to the future. The HPC is not against development. There's a term called smart development, but it's also a way to use old buildings to keep that ambience within a neighborhood and provide the amenities that the new generation want. So just to know, there are 4 historic districts in town. The HBC we also have historic preservation awards. Our preservation awards normally take place in May, Preservation Month. This year they'll be in September. you will receive an invitation to them. We tried to space it out in all the wards. We have commercial and residential. So you will be invited to that. The HPC also does a collaborative effort with both the Montclair Public Library and the Montclair History Center. It's a workshop called Researching Your Home. We've done it for the past 4 years. We had to break a year because of COVID, but it's a very, very popular workshop where people that own houses or property come to the library, and we show them what's available in terms of finding out, you know, your property, who lived in it, the deed search. So we are a volunteer board. Our volunteers are made up of preservationists, local historians, and also architects. We also give advice to the planning board and the zoning board. So we have a very, our mission is very, we're very busy, let's put it that way. So I just want to welcome you all again. As I said, I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
and one more thing. Somebody mentioned rats on Tuxedo Road. Glenwood Road, I just had to get an exterminator for rats. I don't know what's going on in the township, but we really need to look into that. What's that?
We need the Pied Piper.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank all of the employees that came out this evening and let you know that I'm really appreciative that you would take your time. I hope that you all continue to come out and support us and share with us, and yeah, we welcome you. I'd also like to let you know that the council has begun a process to interview search firms at this point in time to help us gather a pool of individuals who we will possibly interview for the position of township manager. But I'd like for you also to know, very importantly, that we most definitely have offered the interim manager an opportunity to apply to remain here. And so I appreciate hearing from you the information. We will begin as soon as we get there. We haven't even gotten to the point where we have a search firm at this point in time. But I know there's been a lot of questions. People are asking us, sending us emails, and I just thought I would let you know that. And then thank you so much for sharing the wonderful things that you did this evening. It was very timely. Appreciate it.
But all that positivity is freaking me out a little bit. So we should all now go back to our normal pattern of public comment, please.
Okay. Now, we're going to move on to new business ordinance. Ordinance O-2425. This is an ordinance for approving grant of easement. And does anybody want to?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to table this ordinance because this project is in the 4th Ward. I'm unfamiliar with what it is, what it's about.
Can you make a resolution to table? Thanks.
Yes, please.
There's a motion to table Resolution R-24-156. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have seconded.
Okay. The motion to withdraw this resolution, our 4th Ward Councilwoman and many of us have not had an opportunity to vet this, and so we will pull this until a later date. Why don't we just start from our 1st Ward Councilman with the resolutions, go 2, 3, 4, and go down, if that's okay?
Resolution R-24-156, resolution authorizing renewal of alcoholic beverage plenary retail distribution license 071344017005 for South End Bottles LLC for a term ending June 30th, 2025. Do we have a movement?
Excuse me, Counselor. Are the owners here tonight for this business? They're looking for a renewal of their, no one's here for that?
Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
May I address Counselor Toller?
Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you.
Counselor Toller, I don't see the owners of this establishment in the audience. No, I don't see them.
I'm
in the-
sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't see the owners of South End Bottles LLC in the audience tonight.
Okay, I have another question, please. When
Yes.
does this expire for them? When is the actual last date that this license would expire for them with a renewal?
If the governing body renews, if they adopt this resolution, the license will expire June 30, 2025.
Okay. I'm going to request that we table this. I'd like to talk to the owners because I have some concerns about the way that they keep the property down there in the south end. It needs, I'd like to have a conversation with them, if that's possible.
And so, when I was reading this, it appears as though their permanent license or something that they're waiting for, Madam Clerk, is coming in on the 30th. Is that correct?
On the 30th of this month, on the 30th of July, their current ad interim permit will expire, so they will no longer be able to operate after July 30.
Correct. So, I don't know, managers, I'd like to ask you, please, what this does for them if we don't pass this tonight. Are we preventing them from doing business from now until we get this back on the agenda?
I'll defer to the township attorney, but I
Township
believe they have to
Attorney, would
close,
you
then
please
I'll
assist
close
me with
first.
this?
Well, Madam Mayor, the license expires at the end of July, if that's what I heard, correct?
Mm-hmm, the 30th.
July 30th?
Yes.
Then they will still be able to operate between now and July 30th. But at the end of business on July 30th, they will not be able to sell liquor once their license expires.
So what do they need our
unless-
permission for
unless
then,
we're-
tonight?
Well, what you're doing tonight is passing a resolution to renew their license to sell,
For the next year.
to sell retail liquor out of their store and continue the business that they've been doing for this time.
Can we make an amendment to the
Excuse me,
resolution?
it'll be easier for me, please, if I recognize you, because I see
Oh,
Sue
sure.
Shin
I'm
getting ready to
sorry.
speak too. Thank
Mayor,
you.
may I be recognized, please?
I'm sorry, because
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna call on our Fourth Ward Councilwoman Toller, because I know you were in the middle of a thought, and then I'm gonna go to Councilor at Large Shin.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
If we don't approve this tonight, after July 30th of 2024, they're not allowed to sell any alcohol in the south end at that establishment.
Until their license is renewed again.
Okay, so then my next question is there a way that we can amend this resolution to ensure that they keep their property clean? The liquor bottles, the little nips on the ground, things of that nature, if they're not going to respect the community as a business, and they're not even here tonight?
I don't know how this is.
No, you will not be able to condition their license on the upkeep of their premises.
We can't send
Deputy Mayor,
enforcement there if there's a
I'm
problem
sorry.
that you brought to our attention.
Correct.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
This is really more of a question about the wording. I'm just a little confused because the memo attached to the resolution seems to indicate that it says licensee was issued an permit temporarily allowing the sale of alcohol. So just to be clear, the resolution actually says that we're being asked to renew for a term ending on June 30th. So
Right.
is that just a typo, or can you just please explain?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
may I
Thank
address
you.
Deputy Mayor
Yes, you may.
Anderson? Thank you. It's not a typo. Every year, I thought it was clear in the memo, and I'm sorry, I'll reword it if necessary. But liquor licenses expire on the 30th of June every year. This liquor licensee did not obtain tax clearance from the state, which is a prerequisite before the governing body can approve the renewal of the liquor license for that regular one-year license term. So in the event that the governing body is not able to renew the liquor license, the licensee has the option of going directly to the state of New Jersey, Division of Alcohol Beverage Control, requesting an ad interim permit, which carries them for 30 days. In the event that the governing body does not act tonight, as Councilor Toller has proposed to table it, the licensee, after July 30, can go to the state and get another 30-day ad interim permit. To address Councilor Toller, if you would like the licensee to get something in writing, or how Mr. Lapola suggested sending enforcement as far as cleanup, that can be done.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you, Attorney Burr. On here where it says all plenary retail alcoholic beverages license expire annually on June 30th, that lets me believe that perhaps they don't have a alcoholic license at this point in time. Is that not so? And that's why I was asking, if we don't act on this tonight, what does it do? Because this says June 30th, it expires.
And as Madam Clerk just explained, they went and got an interim temporary license to carry them to July 30th. So they are able to sell legally because they got an extension basically from the state.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
So we
And
don't
the-
have to do anything tonight. We can just withdraw this and there's no repercussions.
Well, there's, the repercussion is that their license isn't renewed for another year, and they
Good.
would have to go back to the state and ask, my understanding is the council would like to add a meeting on for July 30th, so you could table this to July 30th and then pass on July 30th, but what you'd be forcing them to do is to go back, if this not passed on July 30th, to go back to the state and ask for an additional extension. Don't know if that's that might not be an automatic extension granted to them.
I'd like to make a motion that we withdraw this this evening.
Can I be?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I just want to say, so we're routinely, before June 30th, for all the other liquor licenses, approving them if they have their if they're approved, if they have their correct tax forms. And so we're holding potentially this small business to a higher standard, because I don't think we figure out if they're cleaning, if they're cleaning their places. So to me, it seems like we're going to really harm this business potentially if we don't pass this tonight.
Okay, I withdraw that.
Yeah, I think we can, I completely think code enforcement is
Absolutely.
appropriate.
If
I just
Mr.
think.
Lapola can ensure that code
that we're-
enforcement will stay on top of this business to ensure that the streets are clean, and the garbage is kept
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
I have further discussion on this too, and I understand and appreciate what you're saying, but I have a question for them just regarding any citations within the last couple of years regarding selling liquor to minors. And I'm asking that because in the past, there's been some complaints, and I have concerns, so I'm hoping that they will come, and at some point in time, we can ask them. So I was going to suggest, if we wanted to just move forward, why don't we move forward to the time period of July 30th, rather than just give them a whole year with some of us having questions. And I don't think that I'm holding them to any higher standard. I know when I was aware of other businesses that also had some citations against them, they came in and we had an opportunity to talk with them. So I don't know what the status is now.
Do we know that there are any citations?
No, I don't. I was hoping they were here tonight and that I could get that information, and maybe the manager can help me with that.
Or the clerk? You don't know.
First, I'll say, Dr. Baskerville, Mayor Dr. Baskerville, I remember what you're talking about, that history, and since then, the ownership has changed, so we're dealing with a new group,
Okay.
a different LLC. Secondly, I would add that before any licensee is put on for renewal for the governing body to consider, depending on the type of business. So restaurants get checked with the health department as well, but every other licensee, including the restaurants, they have to get clearance from police, from fire, and planning and zoning also provides my office with a checklist that everything is clear, in addition to the tax that I spoke to before. So if there were any issues, it would have been put on the record.
Good, thank you, I appreciate that.
Anybody else have discussion? So, anybody want to make a motion?
Yes, let's move forward. 1 second.
Does somebody want to move this so we can vote on it, or?
I moved the motion. It's fine. Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay.
So what is, I'm sorry, but is the motion to pass this resolution? Thank you. And it was seconded by Eileen. Okay, and you'll take a roll call.
Mayor, would you like the clerk to take a roll call?
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
D'Amato, and yes,
Counselor D'Amato?
that's right.
Counselor Loffman?
Lockman.
Counselor
Yes.
Loffman?
Sorry.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
I'm going to say this in jest, but I challenge each of you to say my name.
Resolution number 2?
Resolution R24-157, resolution authorizing electronic tax lien sale. Discussion? Do you need me to read, you don't want me to read it, right?
No, not all of this, but if you want to give a brief description for the audience or for those listening at home.
Sure. So I think, and maybe the manager could give a description. I believe that this is when people are behind on their taxes and you're selling it electronically now rather
Yes.
than.
Yes, I can, the CFO is here, she can address this issue and how the tax liens, electronic tax liens work.
Okay. Good evening.
Good
all of you.
evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. And congratulations again, officially.
Thank you.
I didn't come prepared for this one, but I think I'll try my best to answer this. Annually, we conduct a tax sale. We used to conduct a tax sale in the old format where everything used to be paper. We advertise it, papers and all that back. But since 2016, I believe, ever since right after I came here, we started doing this electronically. Many municipalities, if not all, are doing this electronically. It makes the bidders, the amount of bidders bigger, and it's much easier also. It's a cost efficient and cost effective also. It's the same tax sale, same number. Whoever is delinquent for more than a year, they will be put on tax sale. It's just the process is electronic.
Thank you. Motion to pass?
Well, no, I
Anybody?
have a question.
Oh,
I just was
don't make the
curious
motion
about,
and then have the discussion.
Do we have to go through this process where you have bidders? Or if a property is subject to a tax sale, can't the township just buy it and make it into affordable housing through our trust fund?
The municipality, if they want to bid on the existing delinquent property, it has to go through the same motions. That
does.
you can bid the lien, you can hold, the municipality can hold the lien, but you have to give the time to the property owners to
Right, I
redeem
understand
the
that.
lien.
Yeah.
If they do not redeem the lien, yes, you can take the ownership, but even then, you have to wait a certain number of months, I believe it's 6 months, to start the foreclosure proceedings. Once the foreclosure is done, once the deed is in your hands, then you can, the council can do whatever they deem fit.
I guess my question was, does there have to be open bidding with other people who might be interested in the property?
I don't know the
Okay.
exact answer,
okay.
but I will get that.
I'm trying to add to the town's affordable housing.
Thank you very much. So at this point in time, I just want to explain the way we're going to do this. We're going through the resolutions. We're going to have a council member read the resolution. Then there's going to be a motion and a second, and then after that, we will have discussion by the council members. So,
Mayor, and as you read the resolution, you can move the resolution
right,
as well.
as each individual council person reads it, then you can read it and then say, I so move, and somebody else
And then
can
it's
say
discussion.
second. Yeah.
And if you need comment from the manager or the attorney, we can comment before you go, you have discussion.
Good. So is there a motion to pass this resolution?
I so move.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Williams.
Just have a question about, what's the amount of the outstanding liens?
I don't have the answer
Excuse
to
me,
that.
not the outstanding liens,
The number
the
of
outstanding taxes? Approximately 2 million. And, okay, are there floors on the sale of each lien?
I'm sorry?
Are there floors, like, let's say, for example, there's a lien for $10,000 on a particular property. I'm assuming that the auction is starting at $10,000.
Correct.
Correct.
Right, you start on the amount of what the tax lien is, and then the bid is on the interest rate.
Yes, the amount of delinquent taxes have to be whole, they have to be, and the interest rate is the only one that's your bid.
Now, I don't know if anyone's going to have this answer right now. So let's say, for example, there's a developer that's going and buying tax liens and, foreclosing on the properties and developing the properties, and there historically have been a bad actor in town. I don't know, maybe they're knocking down a house or something without a permit. Does this auction process allow for excluding those folks, or are they allowed to just buy the property and then you deal with it afterwards?
No, there's no exclusion of individuals or entities that can bid on a tax sale lien.
Okay.
Generally, tax sale liens have to, once they're purchased, the owner of the property has 2 years to pay it off before it goes into foreclosure.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Mayor, may I be heard, please?
Yes.
I just, I don't have an issue with this, passing this resolution. According to the memo, has been the practice since, as you said, Ms. Rowell, since 2016. So I just had a really basic question, a couple of questions, actually. I just wanted to know about how many properties have delinquent taxes and municipal liens. I was trying to do the math, I'm not great at math, so.
No, they generally start off like 200 usually they start, but they come down. They come down to about 60 generally. I will get you the exact, average information from the tax collector. I can get.
Well, I'm sorry. So. in the
Councilman Williams.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'll learn. So I see in the resolution that it's $6,000 that we're requesting to pay the vendor, and it's roughly about $15 per property.
Not
So it's
to
about
exceed, not to exceed.
Not to
Not
exceed.
to
Oh,
exceed,
got
but
it.
not necessarily all that. It depends upon the number of properties and the number of notifications. I believe it's 3 notifications at least have to be sent, either advertisement or sent.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's all through the statutes. It's a state statute we have to follow by the book.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Thank you. Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Okay, shall I go?
Yes, thank you.
Resolution, what?
The
Go.
resolution passes.
Oh, resolution passed. Okay, we're all learning. Okay, Resolution 024-158, Watchung Avenue water main break emergency expenses. I move that we pass this.
Second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Deputy Mayor, will you please do number 5?
Sure. Resolution 24, I'm sorry, Resolution R-24-159 is a resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation under N.J.S.A 40A 4-87. And so we are being asked to, for approval to request that the Director of the Division of Local Government Services approve insertion of an item of revenue in the budget of the year 2024 in the amount of $168,049, available from the Sustaining Local Public Health Infrastructure Grant. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion?
Can I had asked Mr. LaPola about this grant as well as the
and
next,
six,
the
4,
next
5, and
two.
6.
Yeah, which are kind of related. So I thought maybe you could just respond to my question, Michael, and we could get those three
Yeah, I
approved.
thought I had sent you an email
You
on
did,
that, but
yeah.
okay, just
Oh,
want
you
to make
have it
sure
in front
that
of you?
this is,
Oh.
well, this is just to insert these are grants we've received. We have the award letters, and we're asking for permission to make them part of our budget.
To accept the funds, right?
Yes.
Yeah, generally departments apply for the grants, they receive the grants, that's the application process. Once the grants are applied, we need an authorization to spend that. This is a mechanical process of putting that in the budget, because budget is the council authorized form of spending. Whatever is in the budget appropriation, it is an authorized by the council to spend it. There are two ways of authorization. One is through the budget, and one is through the capital ordinances that once in a while we introduce, and for any bond projects and all that. Those are the two kinds of authorization to spend. What was I going to say? Yeah, if before the introduction of the budget, we would have gone these grants, we would have put in the regular budget, and that would have been like last month, right? June 11th, we adopted the budget that had some grants already, but these came after the budget is adopted. So you are inserting them into the budget to authorize us to spend. That's a mechanical process.
Right. So maybe we could move all three of them because they're related for the same reasons? Yeah.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, that's a motion to accept all three resolutions.
second.
Resolution number 4, which I inadvertently stepped over, number 4, resolution number 5, and number 6,
And 7, and I think 7 as well.
and 7 as well?
Yeah.
Mm.
They're all
No,
in there
not-
for the same purpose.
No, 7
no,
is
7 is
HVAC.
not.
Okay,
Oh,
resolution number 4, number 5,
excuse me.
and number 6.
159, 160, and 161.
And what did, I'm sorry, manager, I didn't say, you heard a fourth one? Because I just see 3.
I'm doing the technical number of the resolutions, which is R24, 159, 160.
160 and 161. Okay, there's been a motion that we accept Resolution R24-159, R24-160, and R24-161. Is there a second?
I second.
Please call the roll.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I have a point of clarification here. There was a main motion on the floor by Deputy Mayor Anderson with the second Councilor Williams, and that was to adopt Resolution R24-159.
Okay, thank you. Then let's vote on that separately.
And then the others you'll bulk
Right.
together. Yes,
And there
ma'am.
was some discussion about, can we do it? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Deputy, this is for item number 4, to adopt the resolution requesting approval of items of revenue.
No, it's actually for number 5, because I skipped number 4.
You never got to the vote.
But
on-
Counselor Lockman spoke to resolution number 4, even though you stated item 5. That's what was just discussed.
Okay.
Correct,
Is that correct?
correct. And that was the
Okay.
motion that was
On the floor.
moved. Right, that was the motion that was moved by Councilwoman Shin Anderson and seconded, I don't remember who seconded.
Williams.
Okay.
May I call the roll?
Okay.
We're good for calling the roll? Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay, so that's Resolution R 24159 is adopted.
I'd like to pass a motion to adopt Resolution 24160 and Resolution 24161.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I have a,
Oh,
can,
yes,
do you
I'm
mind if I
sorry.
just ask
No,
a question
not at all,
about,
please, sorry.
I'm sorry. The PSC&G grant is $5,000. I don't know, is that, do we get that every year? Does anyone know? The reason I ask is just, when you look at other towns, I think it's up to 20,000 is what the max is, and like, other towns have gotten, it would seem, more money because they've done some really nice projects. Like, they have a video.
If I may.
Yeah,
if I
do you-
may. We got by drips and drabs, $5,000, another $5,000. It's overlapping last
Okay.
year and this year.
Okay.
To my recollection, we got more than this $5,000.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Okay, this is a motion to adopt item 5 and item 6 on the agenda. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Councilman Williams, would you please do R 24162?
Certainly, Mayor. Resolution R-24162, resolution authorizing amendment to the contract to TLP Climate Control System for Township HVAC Maintenance and Repair Service Provider. Motion move forward.
Are you making a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second it.
Mayor, may I?
Discussion, yes, sir.
So, just had a couple of questions on here. How much has been paid on this contract year to date?
I don't have the answer to that question, sir. I can find it out for you.
So I have three questions, all right. How much
Sure.
have we paid on the contract year to date? Why are we increasing the amount? And why do we pay the same rate for the apprentice that we do for the journeyman?
Well, first off, as to the payment thing, that was part of the original bid, so I wouldn't have reviewed that at the time, I wasn't here. But the other part is that we have very old facilities. This one in particular, we've lost air conditioning. I don't know, maybe at least 3 times so far this year. We had a major problem over at DCS. Our facilities are old and falling down, and we're grateful that we have any air circulating in the building at all. So we've had more and more problems with this, just like we've had with elevators and everything else. I can get you the answers on the questions as to the original contract, if you'd like. That's fine.
If we could.
Mayor, may I have a question? I just have one question, and one of the questions, my other question was why the increase, but is this services for all facilities within the
Yes.
township? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we probably were hitting that 60,000 mark, and that's why we asked for the additional money. Yes.
Go ahead, Amina.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I just had a question. We don't have staff that are certified to do this type of work. We don't have journeymen or
We have minimal
certified.
staff can address these issues, but these,
I didn't hear your answer, I'm
I
sorry.
said we have minimal staff that can address these issues for, temporary solutions, but for the most part, these systems have to be, for repairs and parts and everything else, we need other people to come in to do that. I mean, in this building alone, a few weeks ago, we all heard we actually thought something fell through the floor, and the air conditioning stopped, and we had to have them come in right away and literally work overnight so we can have air flowing in the building. I mean, this is just an issue of every building we have. These systems are old, and many of them are held together by
Right, and my next
Scotch
question.
tape,
Okay, so we're not able to train our staff to,
We would have to hire a whole staff of experts on this. We have some people who would, can, sort of the jack of all trades who try to address a lot of different issues, but we don't have a full-fledged HVAC staff or,
right, and then my
Yeah.
next question, I'm sorry, and then I'll let you go, Eileen. This says year 1 and year 2 at $105, and then year 3, $110. Is that something, if we agree to this now, that this is automatic what the rate will be?
This was already agreed to and voted on by a previous council. This is to increase the amount of what the, right.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Yeah, the terms are the same, so.
Further discussion? Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Is the 20% markup fairly standard?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't know that we charge other towns when we do work for them a 20% markup, so that'll be interesting to see.
Any further discussion? Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Please call the vote.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes,
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Counselor Toller, would you please take Resolution R24-163?
sure, thank you. Resolution R24-163, resolution awarding a contract to Rio Supply for the provision of township water meters, data recorders, and frequency meter interface units in accordance with Morris County Cooperative Pricing Council, Cooperative Contract Number 47. I'd like to make the motion.
Second?
Any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I have a
Yes.
few questions. So, in paragraph 2, it says this is an open-ended contract with a maximum annual amount not to exceed $500,000. And I was just wondering why that amount, and would the department be required to submit a further justification for an amount beyond the $303,000 that's in the certification?
Okay, this program is got a couple of components to it. We are replacing all of the meters in town, and we also are doing all this computer interface, but we also have been inspecting and the pipe connections to homes for lead and what has to be replaced. So it all connects to that. If, depending on, I believe the number was 60-something in the number of,
Do you want this?
no, I have it
You
right
have
here.
it? Yeah.
It's, we've identified over 1,400 lines, and out of that, 160 had lead linings and had to be replaced, so we're in a constant thing. There could be a different amount depending on what is found, but we believe that this will be sufficient to get us through the next phase, which is to complete the replacement of the meters, et cetera. They're outdoors, it's much more efficient, we can do testing. This has been a program that's been going on for several years. We're moving forward probably over the next 10 to address all of these issues.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Would this report be available to us? I'd like to see which, you said you're repairing all the homes, or are there just some homes that are identified in the report?
It's all, every line will be tested and all of the meters are replaced.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes,
Sorry,
Councilor.
can I just, you said they're all going to be replaced, so this is for 1,000 units? $303,000. So are we at the beginning of the process, or are
I
we going to
think
be
this is
spending?
we are about at the middle of the process.
Okay,
is my
so
understanding.
we should expect more of this?
Yes.
More of these, okay.
Further
You did my
discussion?
house.
It's
No.
slowly but surely we're getting there.
There was a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Counselor D'Amato, would you take the next one, please?
Resolution 24164, resolution authorizing amendment to and final closeout of the contract with Smith Maran LLC for architectural services of the Lackawanna Plaza Redevelopment Plan Project, RFP 2209. Does anybody have any questions?
You move that, please.
I'll move it. I move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yes.
Sir?
I don't know if you're gonna have an answer right now, but the firm was hired for $20,000, and now the bill, well, it's not to exceed, right? So it's now 4 times higher potentially. I'm just wondering how that happens. And just when, I mean, I'll just make a general comment. I'm just noticing on some of the, and, some of this predates you, but I'm just noticing on some of these bids that, they win a bid, and then there's all this additional work that comes afterwards that drives the price, several times higher than what they originally bid. And I'm just wondering if some of these vendors are bidding low and then, coming in afterwards and saying, hey, we'll just come back for amendments, and then it gets them up to, somebody else that competed for the bid. So I'm not expecting an answer for that, just noticing something.
I understand.
Well, I can comment on this, because Smith Maran was the town's architect on the Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan, and that has gone through several iterations, so I'm not surprised at this cost, because they have been involved in every step of the way. So that's on that particular plan, it changed, it was revamped, it had, a lot of work that was done by Smith Maran on this. Can you hear me? Sorry.
And if and when we name a redeveloper for the project, we can seek reimbursement for all of these costs. If they were already named a redeveloper, they would put money into escrow, we'd be drawing the money down to pay for these costs, attorneys, and all the other experts too.
So the town will get this money back.
Yes.
And just for the
Further
record.
discussion?
Yeah, I
Yes.
did email some of the counselors the purchase order for this particular resolution. The question that I have for you, Mr. Lapola, when these resolutions are typed up, I think the clerk mentioned that it's done by certain departments. So who would have typed up the purchase order for this resolution?
It would have been Ms. Talley.
Okay. And are we going to get a report on where we are with this from her? Can we request that from her?
If you'd like a report on this, I can get it
Yes,
for you.
please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I mean, I have a kind of a dumb question, but we're all new here. I got the sense when I watched the presentation by that firm that they were not necessarily working for the town. I mean, how do we think of them as, who are they the fiduciary to? The developer, and we're going to be reimbursed, or they were working for us?
Yes.
They have been
Councilor
the,
Lockman?
they have been the town architect on many of the projects in Montclair with different developers. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Eric, but I just, by way of background, Smith Maran has been the town's architect for
Many years.
Many years.
And then we would have anticipated receiving these bills last year, and all of a sudden, when they arrive now, it is when they finally, got to the point where they submitted their bills. So we brought this to council.
I guess I just don't really understand why we have an architect that we are paying to do renderings for a property that we don't own. We didn't own it at that point.
No, but it's a redevelopment plan, so we are checking the work that...
We're checking the work, right.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
I have a question. I think I was part of a discussion prior to the meeting, and my understanding is, because one of my questions is, why is the money paid from the town budget? And I think the explanation was that the town would be reimbursed by the developer after a number of things happen, including when the financial agreement is issued. So I'm being optimistic, but just what would happen if the financial agreement and everything did not get issued? And I don't know if this is Councilor Toller's question, but I would like to know the status of the financial agreement and redevelopment plan.
My understanding is if there's ultimately no agreement, there wouldn't be reimbursement. And the other part is there's nothing happening with regard to any negotiations with the developer. That stopped a couple of months ago. There have been no discussions, communications, or anything, pending what, this new mayor and council would like to do with the project. I said there's been no meetings, discussions, or negotiations involving the financial agreement or anything else since it's several months ago, and we have not had any further in light of the changeover in the governing body as we move forward, is to see what you as a collective group would like to do with this project. But we did not. Yeah, no, and I don't have a voice by this hour tonight, so I apologize for that.
It is. Any further discussions? No. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Councilor Birmingham?
Resolution R-24-165, resolution authorizing the submission of a revised application to the New Jersey Hazardous Discharge Site Remediation Fund for a 75% recreation and conservation grant for remediation of a discharge at 399 Orange Road, and I so move.
I'll second it, but I have some questions.
Discussion?
Is Ms. Talley still here, or?
No, she's
She's
not.
gone for the night?
Is she still upstairs?
She's upstairs?
Yeah, she said if we needed her
Okay.
to go
So
get her.
I'll-
Would you
I'll
like
say-
us to
yes,
go
please.
get her?
Because I have some questions about, I see that
Go
this
get
is a grant that we were given.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Tassi, you're going to help us out? Thank you very much.
We were given quite a bit of money through a grant, and we would have to, I guess, pony up some additional funds to get the work done.
It's going to come through another grant. I was able to speak to her today, and when she comes down, she can explain it to you, but it's not going to come from our tax dollars. The monies that she's going to put in to finish off
It's
that
the
25%
trust
is
fund.
going to come from another grant, and that grant has to be used
Open
in fourth
Space
ward.
Trust Fund.
This is the property at 399 Orange Road, and 399 Orange Road is a brownfield that used to be a gas station, and for years now, I'd say close to over 10 years now, we've been trying to complete this in an environmentally wonderful way to help the environment in that section of town. What happened was there were many trees there. There was a field that was beautiful, like a forest of trees, and then the Montclair Mental Health Associates came in and they wanted to develop that, and they removed all of these beautiful trees. And then right next door to that, then another developer came in and removed a border of beautiful trees and really harming the environment. And so I'm just going to guess, I'm not certain, but many years ago now, PRCA, the council, community members came together and said that, enough is enough. Please stop taking down the trees in this end of Fourth Ward, and we want to know what you're going to do to compensate. And so the thought was to take this brown field and plant trees. And so a landscaper came in and discussed what could happen there, and then other people in the community said this is such a lovely location to be a welcoming spot as you enter the southern border of town, and there's really nothing to shout out, hey, you're in Montclair, welcome to Montclair. And so at that time, the community and the council agreed that it would be wonderful just to plant some trees and perhaps a piece of sculpture. We're an arts community, we're a vibrant community, and we want people to see that vibrancy and the arts from every angle. And so that's how we came to this point. The problem has been that for just as many years, we haven't been able to remediate all of the things in the soil. And so it looks like we're getting closer. I'd also like to mention that it's the only park project that I remember that we waited and waited and waited and waited and waited on grants versus just going ahead and putting the township money. So I'm really excited that this grant is here and this opportunity is here. And Planner Tally, thank you. Can you help us out here? I did the best I could. I think I did very well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Talley, for coming back down. I appreciate that. The question that I have with this remediation, one is, how long will the process take? Is there any way that I can take a look at, you wrote for this grant? You submitted the proposal for this grant, or did someone else do that?
Our LSRP
Okay.
prepared the grant application
Okay,
because it's
'cause-
very technical, but I do have the information in my office and I can share it with you.
All right, because the reason I'm asking, I just want to make sure it's not something that says, you know, this work will be done in 33 days when we really need 365 days to do the work, and make sure that the ground and the soil and the environment and everything around it is safe. So those were really the questions that I had for you.
Yeah, the grant application does not include a timeline because
Okay.
it's driven by when funding is available. We submitted the application in January. We got the approval from DEP probably the beginning of July. DEP makes a recommendation to EDA. EDA, and I've been pressing the LSRP, so I did get a response from EDA that they think they're going to approve it, but they haven't said that basically they're reviewing it. And once I hear from them, then we'll do the contract and we'll be able to go out to RFP. So I can't tell you how long it's going to take.
Okay.
Because as you know, there's a process that we have to follow.
Okay, again, like I said, I just wanted to ensure that, you know, this grant wasn't submitted saying we're going to get it done in 21 days.
No, but I think we're at the end of the line on this application, and within the next year, we all want to close the books on this and get this completed.
Right. And if maybe you can just touch on maybe the top 3 or 4 things that if they're going to remediate this area, this soil, this ground, can you just perhaps let us know the top 3 that you would recommend that needs to happen there?
In terms of what needs to be
The
removed?
actual work, yes.
We've already had a landscaper come in, and so there's some things that have been discussed. I'm sure, you know, we can still discuss it, but there was a decision, and we actually had one of our local landscapers come in and go through, you know, what that would look like. And so if anybody is opposed to us planting some lovely shade trees and having this
Oh,
wonderful...
no, this isn't an opposition for that. I'm trying to
But
make
this
sure
has
the
been going on for, what, 10,
of the
15 years? This has been
grounds.
going on ad nauseum. And my
Prior to my
concern is-
employment here,
Huh?
so yes.
Right. So when you say you started this grant in January, I'm telling you, this has been going on more years than, I mean, at least 10 years. And my concern, Janice, is that we wait and we wait and we wait and we wait for these grants in this Fourth Ward location, and I've seen so many other parks that we've taken taxpayer dollars for when we had situations that we wanted to expedite. And I'd like for us to expedite this, because what's happening is that it's an eyesore in that area, and when people want to sell their houses or even beautify their houses or come to the gateway of the south end, they're stuck with this ugly brown field that's just been sitting there for over 10 years. And so I'm hoping that this grant and the additional grant funds that you said we had available
will be enough. I know you can't say so because they might dig again and find some other things. But at what point will we make a decision that it's important enough to the Township of Montclair for us to go ahead and finish off this, if we have to take our money?
I think we're there.
Okay.
Because we're done with the site investigation. As you know, the issue was we would do our investigation, submit our reports to DEP. DEP told us to go back multiple times.
Yes,
And then
yes.
before we went and we had to get grant money first because this was entirely grant funded. So we're at the end of the road. They're not going to, they've signed off on the, DEP has signed off on the contamination, which includes benzene. I can't tell you what the other, because I can't, off the top of my mind, I don't know what the other contaminants are, but I do have
I'm not
it.
in opposition of not planting trees. Again, my concern is ensuring that this grant, however it was written, okay, and the work that needs to be done, that it was written in a manner that it's going to be safe, thorough, and, you know, for the community. It's not about not planting the trees or putting a sculpture in. I just want to ensure that this is going to take the adequate time, the adequate research, the adequate digging, whatever it is.
Yep.
They've been digging for over 10 years.
And those are very good questions, so,
But-
yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Williams?
So would the funds from the grant contingent upon this property becoming a passive park?
Absolutely. It
Okay,
has to
so
be.
if this wasn't a passive park, then no funds would have been available.
Well, no. If we, the use as a passive park authorized us to get 75% of the grant, of the costs from the grant. If we wanted to make this for residential or some other purpose, the grant would have only covered 50% of the costs. So there was a conscious decision. I think the council at the time wanted to see a park here, and the use of this property as a park entitled us to a higher percentage of grant funding as opposed to if we had a different use there. So that was part of the consideration.
Can I ask a question? What is the size? Of
Yes,
the
Counselor.
plaza? Okay, sorry.
I think it's 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. It's not a very large lot. I don't have, you mean the size of the property?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, but it was a former gas station at the corner of at 399 Orange Road.
For those of you that want a visual, just visualize like the Green Gardens structure that's across from the Acme. You have some trees there, you have some grass, and you have a beautiful piece of structure in there. And I think the discussions were centered around that and really trying to preserve and bring back some of the shade trees. And that was really important to that community.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Actually, maybe it's just one. So, I know. So it's kind of, I guess, more of a technical question. Because this being awarded a grant requires that the property be preserved for recreation and conservation purposes by conveyance of a deed restriction that has to be recorded and indexed. And then later on, it says that the township has adopted an ordinance authorizing declaration of a deed restriction for this property.
The deed restriction's in place.
It is in place.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm very excited about this moving forward. Thank you.
Further discussion?
So we're creating a new park, so it'll have a name, and it would be then tended by the Parks Department, is that correct?
I anticipate, we haven't had that discussion, but I expect it would be our
But
part.
if we're encumbering the property in perpetuity to be an open space, it doesn't just turn into a stand of trees, it turns into a park.
Right, I think the plan is to have some grass there, and yes, it would be required maintenance. It wouldn't be just an arboretum with trees.
But that would have to be maintained, and there would be a budget
Right.
for that, right?
Yes.
Have we planned a budget for this? Do we know what? Because, I mean, if it's a lawn, it needs to be mowed. It's a park.
Right.
So it's not cost-free. It's not a stand of trees. I mean, I'm a hippie. I would just let there be bushes. But that's not how we do it.
Right.
So even 5,000 square feet becomes an operating feature of the town.
That's correct.
And we are always discussing now a desperate need for housing and for smaller houses. So this is a real decision as to our priorities on something, and $300,000 would be the down payment on a recurring expense for the town. So I personally would like to see more healthy discussion on like what it's about, because I mean, for me, I just don't really know about it.
And I think that is, that's an example of how, we all visualize things differently, in particular in certain wards. We know that there are some people's backyards that are larger than this little tiny lot on the corner there in other areas. And again, because the properties are so close together and so densely populated in that area, they thought that it would really be nice to bring in the shade trees and offer them something different. But I understand that as we go through different parts of towns, people say, oh, there's a spot. And that's how we got to the point that we are in this area. And I'm a little bit concerned about that, because I'm not sure that in any other area in the township, if there were a forest of trees, it would be okay to take that forest of trees down and just put up, well, even if it was a baseball field, at least the kids could use it. Put up more brick and mortar. And I think that, we all view the use of our land differently, and I respect that. I think it's good to have these healthy conversations, and we'll see where we go. I'm just happy that we're able to be at this point where we are, and hopefully we will be able to continue along the path that we've been going for the last 10 years or so, and respect the neighbors and respect the situations that they're living in.
May I, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just one last question. The type of trees that will be planted there, is that part of the grant, or is that something that will be decided later?
I believe, my understanding is the grant includes the grant includes, the cost includes the planting of trees and the regrading, because it's all related to the remediation.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, part of that grant is we pay 25%, so who pays what is to be determined.
What I'm
That's part
asking
of
is,
the
would we be
remediation.
able to decide the type of trees we
Oh,
want there?
yes, of course.
Okay, so something like maples or columnar oaks would be better than for the area? But that's to be determined. Okay, I
yes,
just wanted
that's
to
not
make
an
sure.
issue,
Thank you,
so.
thank you.
Okay.
Further discussion? Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
I'm going to abstain.
Counselor Lockman,
No.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Please do the next one. Who are we up to? Counselor Birmingham? Oh, Counselor Lockman?
Resolution R 24166, revamp and rebid sewer lining work. I guess because they did bid this out, and the two bids they received were substantially exceed the allocated funds for the project, so they're going to rebid them out. That's as I understand this. So I move that we accept this.
I second.
Discussion?
Just very quick, so what now? Rejected both bids, now what?
We put it out again.
I mean,
And
maybe they changed the specs at all.
Yeah.
They may change them, I wouldn't say substantially, but yes. Yes.
I can speak with I'm not the qualified purchasing agent, but I know some information about this, some knowledge. We have to rebid exactly with the same specifications once again. If we do not get, even this time, if we do not get proper bids, then you can negotiate with the bidders.
Then you negotiate with what?
Outside of the bid, you don't need to put it for open bid.
You can't negotiate with these two bidders that came in? You
Not
can't
now,
negotiate
not
with
now.
them?
You have to
Oh.
do one more time at least.
Oh, okay. All right.
And Councilor Williams, you did ask the question to me about the disparity between the numbers, because one was so high, but we did get a letter from the higher bidder here who misunderstood and thought the negotiation would occur after this bid and didn't understand that that was not part of New Jersey law. So that's why that number is high. He misunderstood how it worked and he communicated, he sent a letter had a conversation with the purchasing agent, now understands that that's not possible here because that's what he asked. And he was told that you can't do that at this point.
And would you expect more people to bid at this if you rebid?
Or the same people can bid lower too. If, let's say, we do not have sufficient funds for the amount of bid they put it out,
Yeah.
and then the option is for them, if they think that they can provide the work for a lower amount, they can.
But other bidders can come in as well?
Other bidders can come, yes.
Or we could up the amounts that we will pay, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and sometimes, Councillor Williams, sometimes they make technical mistakes too. They can make technical mistakes. If they prove it's a technical mistake, then we can reject the bid. Then they can reject the bid. Yes, maybe the attorney can provide better information, legal information.
If there's issues with the specs on the bid, they can reject or withdraw their bid that they submitted.
I think we're ready for roll call, right?
Any further discussion?
Can I just have?
Yes.
I have one question, yes. Just in terms of the timing, I was just wondering if there's an urgency to this project at all, or like what's?
Well, it's an ongoing part of our sewer lining project, so that we like to also take advantage of the seasons in which the work can be done, et cetera. So, that is a factor in consideration.
I just wanted to know if it was because of an emergency or just a
It's not an
standard thing.
emergency, but yes.
Councillor, if there is an emergency, we can always declare an emergency if it is to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the public. And then we can declare, and we don't need to go through the bidding process. But it's a tough call. They have to really justify the emergency.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, Councilor.
Ms. Rao, sorry, can I ask you just a question? I know in the past we've gone through the New Jersey Water Bank, the infrastructure
Yes.
bank for low interest loans.
Yes.
Is that something that if there's bigger projects, are we looking to do that?
There
or-
are applications. Mr. Absarni, before he left, there was millions of dollars they applied for each year. It is, the information is made part of the capital plan, just the plan only as part of the full budget that we recently adopted. Some about $8 million.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
Any further discussion? No? Okay, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Deputy Mayor, please do Resolution R-24167.
This is a resolution authorizing a change order and closeout of a contract with Adriatic Aire LLC to provide home improvement repairs to a qualifying property per the Montclair Home Improvement Program, property at 610 Grove Street. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Yes, sir, Counselor Williams?
Yeah, this contract is an example of what I was talking about before, where a vendor bids on a contract and then comes back for further increases. I don't know whether, I don't know what's really dictating, why they're coming back for a contract. I assume that the scope of the work was properly laid out in the initial request. So, things like this, it just, I don't like it, per se, but I do understand under this program, because I think somebody had a question that if you meet certain income requirements, then the town, under this program, will give you a loan for up to 10 years, an interest-free loan, and then after the 10 years, if you retain ownership of the house, then the loan, I guess, gets discharged. But in any event, this is just kind of the thing that, I'm just going to point out every time that it comes up for a resolution. I want to kind of get away from this sort of thing.
I think this, if the memo that's attached explains that these are older properties and there was additional work that had to be done with the back wall and windows and the sills being replaced, et cetera. So it's just and we don't get many bidders on these things.
Is that a bid? I'm sorry, I don't have that. Is that a bid or a RFP, RFQ?
I don't
Bid,
have that information.
if it is a bid, if it's an open bid, they can't
It's
just.
not a bid.
If it is a bid, they can't just extend it. If it up to 20%, yes, maybe, and justifiable causes, and they have to really document and prove that. But if it is more than 20%, you have to follow the same process as if it's an original bid. There's an extensive process for that. Maybe the attorney can explain that better. But if this is not a bid, this is like a professional services, request for professional services, request for professional qualifications. They have to have a professional license to do this kind of services, and that is on a qualitative basis evaluation prepared by the user departments. They get like 3 proposals. They evaluate based on the not just based on the price. It is based on price and other qualifications.
Question. So, this is actually grant money that's coming in, and if a homeowner is eligible, the town is paying the $2,400. So really, this is just $4,500 that we're spending, not the whole kit and caboodle. Is that correct?
Is this CDBG grant money?
No, I don't think this is
approval.
grant money. This is from the Housing
This is
Trust
the approval
Fund.
for the additional $4,500, and it closes out
Right.
the project.
This is the COA funds.
This is COA
Yes.
funds, yeah, it's not
Yes,
grant
it's
money.
not
Thank you.
May I make a quick point here, Mayor? Since I'm dressed like a mean banker guy, I'm going to make a mean banker point. I just got a haircut. This house, I know that this program would be qualified on income grounds. This house is assessed by Zillow at $965,000. And how we have a program in this town when we have people in need, we have unhoused people, why we have a program to help renovate $1 million houses, I would just like to say that makes me feel weird. So
Well, the program is designed for low and moderate income households.
I understand, but if we're designing a program and somebody's living in a house, I mean, at what,
we didn't
it's just a
design this
little, I
program.
just wanted to, just register some concern as to whether or not we are allocating the dollars that we have to help people when we have
Ms.
a significant
Talley
number of
may be able
out.
to answer this question better because she runs this program. She's in charge of the
Okay.
COA funds. I do not have much information on this, sorry.
I just had a constituent the other day talk to me about their deep concern and sadness over the increasing numbers of unhoused people that they're seeing in town. So it's in the context of that.
There is a state recently, I think 2 days ago.
I'm sorry, we can't hear
I'm
you.
sorry. DCA recently sent out an email, maybe the clerk also received, I believe, requesting the council members if they want to. I can forward to. There's a statewide effort to look into this unhoused population matter that's across the state. There is a webinar on the 22nd, I believe. I can forward if you are interested. They're going to discuss about various options to get the funding. I got it because it's a financial aspect of it, so I'm looking forward to attending that.
Thanks.
I have, Mayor, may I?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I don't really have an issue with this resolution per se, but I guess, sort of in follow-up to Eric's, this homeowner was selected and everything, but I guess in general, I mean, knowing that there are probably a lot of homeowners that could use this aid, and it doesn't have to be answered right now, but I am curious to know, the selection criteria, given the amount of need. I just want to make sure that it's done equitably.
At a future meeting, I can have Ms. Talley here, and she could do a presentation on the program if you
Oh,
would
that
like
would be great. Thank you.
I mean, that was my question, too.
Councilor
about-
Bachmann?
Sorry, that was my question, too, about knowing what's going on with COA. We need to know. We're going to have a COA,
Right, and you asked
a
for
new
that for
fourth
the 30th,
round, and I
yes.
would like Janice to come and talk to us about that. I'd also like to know who besides Janice looks at this. Is that done, is she the only one who monitors these funds, who, there should be some oversight other than Janice.
There are different committees on housing that she works with, but I don't know specifically here, but I'll get the answers for you.
Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes. Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Abstain.
Counselor Lockman,
No.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Please, Councilor Williams, will you read the next resolution?
Certainly, Mayor.
It's passed.
Resolution R-24-168, resolution authorizing introduction and approval of the 2024 budget for Montclair Center Bid Improvement District. Motion, move it forward.
Second.
Discussion?
My only question is just, they're operating, my understanding is the calendar year budget that's not going to be approved until September, which seems very late, and it's much later than in previous years. But, and I think there has to be 28 days between when we approve and when it goes to a hearing. And I think if we had had the meeting yesterday as initially planned, then it would have been 28 days.
Right.
So is September 10th, is that too late? I mean, it just seems
It is, but we have
quite
to-
late. I mean, is that,
Yeah, it's just,
it just
we
is
have to
what it
have
is?
30 days between, 28 days between the first and second reading, and it has to be published for 10 days.
So, I mean, is it holding up, because this is a special assessment on businesses, is this holding, I'm just wanting to know if there's a problem with it being that late. Sorry, is it a,
Maja, do you want to address that or no?
or Jason, I don't know, or someone on the board of the bid, if you're here? I'm just wondering, because it just seems quite late to me.
Yes, it's significantly impactful.
Excuse me, I acknowledged Maja, and I don't know if she wants to deal with it, or you would like to
Two
let
different questions.
you would like to let Jason speak. Is that it? Because I know we have a lot of people giving directives.
It is extremely late. It's unfortunate. I don't have the answer for this, but we are dealing with the situation as we speak.
Okay.
It has consequences.
Thank you. Mr. Gleason?
Yeah, this significantly impacts the work that we do.
So, I mean, we moved this meeting, should we move our August meeting a day? Should we bump it a day, and then we could get this over with in August?
If I may, it's already very late. I don't know, that makes a big difference. As we speak, we are dealing with this, I'm discussing with the state and the county to find a solution.
So this actually, you have to involve the state, because it's so late.
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
So, yeah, so I guess then, you don't think, I mean, it's a full month, it would be a full month earlier if we moved.
We may find a workaround around this. If we find a workaround and the approval, then we can just send out the third quarter tax bills without waiting for the bid budget. Because the bid is only 200 properties, $1 million in total. It's holding up $245 million of budget.
So this,
Of taxes.
sorry, so this being late is holding up everybody's tax bill? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
But we'll find, we will, I'm very confident that we are finding the solution, for now at least. It's delayed, but further delay, not causing further delay. If it is approved without any problems, that would be fine. Otherwise, we'll deal with it at that point. But right now, in the meanwhile, we are finding a solution. Hopefully, next year, we'll adopt on time.
Should be, yeah, okay. I'm just still like wondering if we should try and get this done by August. And basically, it would mean we would move our Tuesday meeting to the Wednesday, just like we did this month. And then we would have 28 days. Because if this is, I mean, if you're going to the state to.
I already went and I already.
This is just.
Because once it is adopted, then
Yeah.
we have to give another 25-day notice to the people before the tax bill. You send out the tax bill, you have to give 25 days notice once the tax bills are sent. You know, like today is what? If July 1st you send out, they have July 25th up to July 25th. They don't need to pay 25 days. So it's August 1st is gone, will be gone. August 1st, we can send out the tax bills now to be technically.
No, I don't, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
So third quarter taxes are due generally on August 1st, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So because there is no 25 days, even if the bid budget is adopted today,
Right.
even if the state
Right.
approved, the county approved everything today, I cannot meet the August 1st deadline.
Right.
So it's going to be once I get the go ahead from the county and the state, we are working to remove the bid from the tax bills for now and separately manually bill the, once it's approved, then we'll bill. In the meanwhile, we'll put it out as an estimated bill for the bids, and everything else is an actual bill for the other taxpayers, other properties.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Jason, can I ask Jason a question? You mentioned, does the month matter to you in terms of operating doing your work? I know you won't be here, but your successor, does it matter to you, the month?
We'll pay his third quarter bills without, because if you think about it, school, county, library, whether we collect or not, we have to pay them 100% of their.
Okay,
So we will
Still get
pay, we
their
do
money.
not harm the bid, and they can go ahead and do their programming.
It's actually our second quarter.
Second quarter, yeah, second quarter is already on an estimated bills anywhere, right, the second one. Third one is where the true up.
Excuse me,
happens.
please, can you
I'm
speak
sorry.
up so that everybody can hear? Thank you.
So, no, it will not hold up. His operating needs are met by the municipality. And in the grand scheme of things, that is, his quarterly bill is only like $250,000. It is not a significant amount for the overall property taxes
Can I ask a
that
question?
collected.
Yes, Councilwoman
So,
Lockman.
how did this happen?
It was introduced, I believe, in April.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened after that, why it was not adopted. Maybe somebody
So
else
what are
can
we
answer.
doing to make sure it doesn't happen again?
There was a changeover at the council.
Maybe along with, it's difficult for me to
Can I just request that we have a report written? First of all, I will say that I'm not following all of this. I don't really understand all these deadlines, but Mr. Manager, could I ask that you give us a written report which tells us what happened?
Sure.
What the problem was, because I heard about this months ago, and for whatever reason, I'm not able to process it. I would like to see it written down.
So, excuse me, is either the attorney or the manager, or are either one of you able to let us know what happened? Because I received the same information. It had a first reading in April with the other council, and then they didn't go to the second reading. So are either one of you able to offer us any information on this, or you're not?
There was a narrow window in which it would have to be published. The meetings were close together in time. The previous mayor and council did not want to add an additional meeting in June, which would have solved our problem. I'm not blaming them, because that was not the issue.
Right.
But we're not able to get it published in time. So as a result, we had to wait until the next meeting from June 11th until now. We had no choice.
To
Thank you.
prevent this, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, yes.
To prevent this in future, if we could do along at the same dates as the general budget that we used to do at one point. So when we introduce our budget, the same time we can introduce their budget too, because they already adopt their budget
That's right.
board adopts their budget in November.
That's right.
Yeah, so we can introduce that the same days, and we can adopt in the same day, then there is no missing of the items.
Good.
Mr. Gleason, could I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you talking the mic so the people at home can hear?
Certainly.
Very much appreciate your service, sir.
Thank you.
Before you go, could I just ask you, for the record, would you say that questions of sort of bureaucratic turf were involved in this delay? Yes or no? It's fine either way. There's no shame. We're all family.
Yes. Are we all family?
We don't have to point fingers. Just say, would you say that generic problem that we all have once in a while, that turf battles?
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you.
Further discussions?
Any further questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Gleason. Any further discussions from the council? Seeing none, Madam, will you please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman. Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Thank you, Councilor Tola. Will you please do the next resolution?
I believe Resolution R24-169 was pulled.
Yes.
By the manager.
Yes.
Resolution R24-170, I'm going to respectfully ask if the mayor would decide if she would like to pull this one as well.
R24-170?
Yes.
No, this is just an amendment to a resolution that we passed at the last meeting. Resolution R24-170 is a resolution that is amending R24-154, which was the resolution to designate a deputy mayor. And in there, it didn't say for the period of 1 year, and that's what we were had discussed at the time that we voted for this, for a period of 1 year, and then, which has been done in many councils, and then see where we are in a year, see what the council decides that they want to do in terms of voting for a deputy mayor in 1 year. So,
Okay.
so move. Are you going to move?
I will go ahead and, well, you've read it already. I'll make the motion to move it.
Second?
I'm sorry, but I think it's more than just the date, isn't it? If I'm looking at the resolution, it also said that the deputy mayor shall not make appointments or succeed mayor in the event the mayor's office should become vacant. Is that
Oh,
still
okay.
part? Did you?
I'm just looking
Yeah,
on
because I
here.
think that needs to be deleted anyway, because it's the municipal law that dictates how to fill a vacancy.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I'm looking for
Well,
this
yeah, that's the
here.
resolution.
Okay.
And also, in my view, I would personally prefer to see none of us except myself and Susan said that we really wanted to be deputy mayor, and we decided Susan would be the mayor. So I would have no problem, would like to see that the deputy mayor be appointed for a 4-year term. That way we have continuity within our group. We know who's doing what. I've seen so far that Susan is excellent at what she does, and I don't see any reason why we can't be a stable, cohesive group and not making changes after just a year. That's just my point of view.
I'll withdraw my second. I think I second you. I'll withdraw my second at this point in time because maybe we need further discussion on this and try to figure out, because we voted on something, given us some information. It was just left out of there. I don't have a copy of that, so I wasn't looking at that. I don't even have it in my packet. So I'm going to withdraw my second. And if there's no second for the motion, then we can withdraw this and discuss it as a group in a better setting than this.
Okay, thank you.
May I just ask, I'm just going to say this, I'm going to say this in my nice Susan Shin Anderson way. Please, for the future, note that the spelling of my last name is Shin Anderson. So, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You tell her.
What is the process, please, Attorney, for withdrawing this at this time?
You can make a motion to withdraw the resolution.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to withdraw Resolution
Second.
R-24-170 until a later date.
I seconded.
Any discussion?
No.
I'm sorry, but what's the advantage of discussing this at a later date?
Because I don't even have a copy of that in my papers anywhere.
You
You're
haven't
reading
seen- you
something.
haven't seen
No, I
that?
haven't
Oh,
seen it at
okay.
all.
All right.
And you're bringing up some issues that I think we should discuss, because at the time that we voted, we had discussed said time. The only difference is that it did not make it on to the written agenda item. And so when it was discussed, the only discussion that I had was that the said time that we discussed be added. Apparently, there's some other.
Well, I guess the resolution that we voted on, when we voted on it a month ago or whatever it was open-ended as to the term of the deputy mayor. And that's what we all voted. I forget what the count was. but
Right, it was
passed.
open-ended, but as you recall, when we were upstairs and we discussed this and we tossed the coin to figure out who was going to be the deputy mayor, at that time, we talked about a 1-year period. And because there was only 2 people at that time that said they were interested, it does not mean at the end of a time. This is meeting number 1. And the only purpose that was even here was because when we discussed it, we talked about it as a 1-year term. And so then it was just open-ended. So after we discuss it upstairs, we might keep it open-ended, we might decide differently. I'm just saying that at this time, it would probably make more sense not to go into everything here, and we can withdraw it for now. But if the council wants to continue to have the discussion now, then we continue to have the discussion now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to settle things and, move forward, that's
I
all.
think the resolution as the whole thing just doesn't really solve any problems that we have. So there's no need to pass it. I mean, we can talk about all this stuff, and I think we should talk about the bigger step of having a 4-year process. That is not something that we all discussed, and I think it's very gracious and wonderful of you to raise it. But this certainly doesn't solve any problems that we have right now. So we should, I think, just withdraw it and move on to paying the bills.
Yeah, Mayor, I just, the motion has been made to withdraw this, right? And been seconded. Appreciate everybody's comments, and I think we should just move on without any, I mean, if anyone wants to raise this again in the future, they can, but for now, maybe we can just move on with the vote. There's a vote, right?
Is there any further discussion? No. Mr. Williams? No.
I think we can.
Seeing,
I'm sorry. I was
Counselor Toller?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I agree with Counselor Anderson. We can discuss this at a later time if we need to. So, thank you.
Just to be clear, that now.
Counselor Lockman?
It's an open-ended term that she has. That's what's on the other resolution.
We have
Okay,
not
thank you.
discussed this, and my motion was to remove this until a later date, and there was a second.
Yep. And just to be clear, that prior resolutions where people changed after 1 year, I don't believe in the actual initial resolution it was written, it was only for 1 year. So I think, to your point, we can revisit as needed, if needed, or it can be an indeterminate amount of time.
Yeah, we
So,
can do
yep.
whatever we want with this.
Yep.
You know, it's. I just didn't want to have to sit here and have this discussion. But if you want to continue it now, we can continue it now. If we want to do it in a different setting, we can do it in a different setting. However, the council decides they want to discuss it. Okay.
Yeah, we're good. Yep.
So there's no further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
On the resolution to withdraw?
It's not a resolution, it's a motion to withdraw.
Motion to withdraw, so I say yes.
Thank you. Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Thank you. The next resolution was withdrawn. Councilman Williams?
Well, I understand that it was withdrawn. There's a piece of information I would really like to see. I would like to see a listing of the vehicles that the town owns, non-fire, non-police vehicles that we
We're
own.
assembling that. I know you requested.
Great, thank you.
And just in light of that, do we have any electric vehicles or hybrid? We have a couple hybrids?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
There's a plug-in Prius that was in the lot, actually, today, but there's no place to plug it in.
I'm sorry. Councilman D'Amato, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said there is a plug-in car in the lot that was there today, but no place to plug it in. It looked really sad. But we're going to make it happy.
Okay, so we're going to go on. Who wants to do the bill list? Councilman Williams?
I actually wasn't raising my hand,
Oh,
but
I thought the hand was
will-
up a little bit.
So just, okay, I'll read this. Bill list resolution R-24-172, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names has been received, duly audited and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair and County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. Motion moving forward.
Second.
Should we wait for Councilor Toller? Oh, she's coming back. Any discussion while we're waiting on the vote? Anybody want discussion?
I have tons of circled items, and, you know, I'll follow up at a later date with questions. Here, you know, just very large items. I think we touched on one of these contracts with, anyway, I can't discuss that, but I have questions, but not for this venue at this time. Thanks.
The bill list?
What was the question? I'm sorry. Was there a question about the bill?
No,
list?
I'm just
Okay.
asking if anybody had any discussion at this point in time on the bill list.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to approve the bill list, if there's something that, and I guess this is a question for you, Mr. Burr, if there's something that one of us is not comfortable with or doesn't understand, we can just kind of say, for example, purchase order 2401502, we'd like to table that or pull it from the bill list? Yes. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you. And that was for example, I wasn't saying I was pulling
Okay,
that
so that
one.
was just an example.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any discussion on the bill list?
May I?
Counselor Lockman?
I had asked Mr. Lapola if we could have just maybe some kind of session telling us about how the process, what the process is, and how we are supposed to look at these bills, because they're really out of context. All we're seeing is a bill. We don't know what the budget is, we don't know really what the work is for. So, I mean, maybe we don't need to know, because as we're on the council for a couple of years, we will know, because we will have approved this stuff. But right now, as newbies here, you know, I have no idea what this stuff is for half the time. But I don't want to impinge the process moving forward with paying our vendors. That's not fair to them. So in my view, I would approve this bill list and hopefully get some kind of, you know, little Zoom meeting or something together where someone can teach us a little bit about how this process works.
We can arrange
May
that.
I, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Counselor
So
Toller?
with the bill list, and Mr. Lapola, I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, these are generated because of purchase orders that were created. Some of them, is that correct?
Purchase orders, yes.
Okay. So if you need clarification on what this bill,
Sometimes they're
not all of them,
not
but
all
many
of
of
them,
them, the
but there's all-
vendors, because these are vendors.
These are the final, these are payments, these have been reviewed by
Right.
everybody. They've been checked by the finance department 3 times. This is, you know,
Okay, well, what I was trying to explain to my colleagues is that if you do have a question about any of these bills, you can easily email Mr. Lapola or Ms. Rao and ask for a copy of the purchase order, that PO number, and it will give you an itemized breakdown of what the work or services or goods that we received in.
Yeah.
We could also ask for the quote if there was one submitted. But before we approve this bill list, I would like to pull vendor number 99779. They have 2 purchase orders because I don't believe we've gotten a report in to date. Is that correct? This is page, oh, that's interesting. Yours, there's no page number.
Upper right.
Yeah, mine's is stapled. I'm sorry. So I guess this is page 6 of 19, or this is page 4. So it's the Aubrey Group, I'm sorry. Purchase order 2401186, purchase order 2401548. I would like to make a motion to pull those from the bill list for now.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to know when we would get the report in of anything.
I have the reports here to give you. Unfortunately, today we didn't have internet to email
Okay.
them, but you will receive the
Again,
Clary Anderson report and an update on all the grants from them. I have them
I've been
right here
looking
to
at those
give everybody.
envelopes all night,
They've
actually.
been here all night, but it was, they would have been emailed this morning, but since we had no internet, I couldn't email them. We can't post on the website.
okay.
I just got an email from Tony that we're up and running again, so hopefully we can get that done tomorrow morning, but you'll get these before you leave.
Okay.
And this from the Aubrey Group is on top of what was pulled, so
It was,
it's,
well, it's
Like-
in the initial amount these bills are, it's not above the increase that was sought,
okay.
all right? So this is within the original authorization and contract,
Got it.
and the time verified, et cetera.
Further discussion? No, there was a motion and a second. Yeah. Okay. Okay, roll call, please.
Can we reference the purchase order before I call the roll?
Sure, 1 second, dear.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, you're not dear, right? The vendor number is, the vendor number is 99779. The 2 purchase orders in question, or that I would like, that we have a motion on the floor to pull. Purchase order 2401186, Purchase Order 2401548.
01548.
But can I just, sorry, I mean, I completely get your concern, but I'm just confused. Did they complete the report, or the study, they did complete it? We just haven't seen it?
Right.
Is that,
Yes.
so, okay, I'm just confused here. Okay. But we haven't seen it yet.
Is it completed to your satisfaction?
Yes, we had to have some edits made, but yes, it is, and you'll receive the copy.
Councilor Toller?
Councilman D'Amato, I'm sorry, what were you asking?
I just wanted her to acknowledge that the manager said that the report was completed to his satisfaction.
We haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So we would be able to see it by the July 30th
Yes, you'll have
meeting?
it tonight. You'll have it
So,
tonight.
okay, so we could vote.
Okay, so there
On
was a
July
motion,
30th.
there was a second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, do you need any additional information before we call the roll?
No, Mayor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes,
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay,
I think we still need a motion then to.
Adopt the
to
bill
adopt
as
the-
amended.
adopt the- as
adopt
amended.
the
Yeah.
bill, okay. Anybody wish to make a motion?
I so move.
Second? Any discussion? Any further discussion? No? Matt,
I just have a quick question. The Second River fee for the third quarter, could you just, I know that has something to do with, there's a $26,000 amount for the Second River fee. I guess it's a consortium of different towns.
Right.
And they talk about whatever, I forget which waterway is the Second River. It goes by another name, and I think there's a third river or whatever the case may be. What is that exactly? What's the purpose of that? Is it to talk about the cleanliness? I mean,
I will get you that information, Counselor.
all right, thank you.
and that reminds me, don't
Counselor Lockman?
don't we have to have people appointed to those boards?
Okay, so we're going to
Yeah.
finish talking about the bill list. There's been a motion and a second. Unless there's any further discussion on the bill list, I'd please like the clerk to call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay. At this time, I'm going to offer the council an opportunity to share information with the community or anything that you'd like to share with the people that are at home listening, if you would. Let's start from Ward 1.
Nothing to say other than it's a pleasure, and let's keep it real. I would only add that we did move, we gave grace to public comment, but I believe that legally we should maintain a second public comment period for whoever, if anybody has anything else to say, because it's on the agenda, and if people came late, they should have the ability to talk again. Not again, but to talk.
Councilor Birmingham?
No, thank you, Mayor. I am looking forward to, I think Vision Zero is presenting tomorrow, right? Is that, and I'm looking forward to hearing about their work.
Councilor Lockman?
Okay, I'm reluctant to say this, but I have to say it. We have to give, I guess, a moment of thought to the fact that a presidential candidate was, attempted assassination. We may not like him, we may like him, but I think we need to acknowledge that this is a horrible thing that's happened. And I feel, what's this country coming to? It's really awful. Anyway, that's my happy thought for the moment.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I was going to, thanks, Councilor Birmingham. I was going to mention the Vision Zero Zooms. There's one at 1 o'clock and there's one at 8 o'clock, and I'm planning to join the 8 o'clock one. And I also kind of wanted to shout out the all Montclair High reunion. Sorry, Councilor Toller, if you were going to say that, but it's on Saturday, right, from 12 to 6, I think. Yeah, I think it's open to everybody, so hope to see you.
Councilor Williams.
Thank you. See, I'm learning. It took me.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
No problem. So it's my plan to have a town hall sometime in August. Still trying to secure the venue. Maybe this would be a good venue. I'll speak to you about that. And, you know, it's going to be open. I really want to hear what people's concerns are. I've already been getting emails, and as all of us have been getting emails about various different concerns, but this one is primarily going to focus on the 3rd Ward. So, and we're going to also have some guests as well to come and talk about things which I think folks in the 3rd Ward want to hear. So, you know, come out. I want to hear what you have to say, even if it's not complimentary. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Toller?
Thank you. July 23rd, from 6 to 8 p.m., I'm holding a 4th Ward community meeting at 1 Pine Street in the firehouse upstairs in the training room. So all are invited. So come on out if you want to learn. We will have some guest speakers there as well. Also, again, the all-class reunion is this Saturday at Nishawane Park. Also, the Montclair Public Library. I just wanted to give a special shout out to Janet, who is retiring as the library director. There is a karaoke fundraiser retirement party scheduled for July 25th, and if your pockets and your schedule can manage it, please try and support Janet as she leaves us as one of the best library directors we've had. So just wanted to share that. Thank you. I'm sorry, one other thing. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely, Councilor Toller.
Vanguard Theater Group and Montclair State University are interviewing people in the 4th Ward, past and present. If you're interested in being part of the documentary film that they're putting together, please feel free to email me at my township email, and I will put you in touch with Ms. Ramos. This should be a really nice project, specifically for 4th Ward residents. So if you have some family or friends that are no longer here and wish to be a part of that discussion, please let me know. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that I was remiss in a resolution, and so I'd like to move a resolution for an additional Township Council meeting that will take place on the 30th of July, and it will begin at 5:30. I so move.
Second.
Any discussion?
And the 5:30 would be executive session, right?
The meeting will begin at 5:30 and we'll go immediately into executive session, followed by our regular scheduled meeting as close to 7 as we can get it. I know today we were running a little late. Please accept our apologies. And as we get a feel of things up here, thank you for bearing with us, and thank you all for your kind remarks, and thank you for those of you that come regularly with data. It's very, very important to me. I'm data driven, and even though sometimes we may not move immediately the way people would envision that we would, for me personally, it doesn't mean I'm not receiving the data and then I'm not welcoming it. It just means that at that particular time, I'm not moving maybe in the way that you think I should, but I value that. So when you come forward and bring fact sheets and those things, know that I will go home and I will review them and study them, and I welcome them. So I thank you guys for coming, and I hope you keep coming, and your suggestions are very welcome by me, and I'd like to think by the rest of the council as well. Also, our deputy mayor wishes to say something else.
I left 2 things out. Apologies. I'll try to be quick. The first thing is I'm also planning a schedule of community meetings. But the first one that's going to be scheduled is going to be for I had asked Councilor Lockman if she would like to do a joint one, just about at-large councilors, because everybody knows what the mayor, about the mayor. Everybody knows what, the ward councilors do. But I got a lot of questions during the campaign about what the heck is an at-large counselor. So we thought it would be nice to do one together and sort of answer questions. The other thing is about volunteer applications. So I just wanted to encourage everybody. I think we all of us want to encourage everyone who is interested in serving on, one of the volunteer citizen boards or committees or commissions to fill out an application. It's online, and we would love to get a lot of applications to choose from people who are interested in serving. So
There was a
thanks.
motion and a second for the meeting on 30th. Can we do this as aye, nay?
Yeah, voice.
Oh,
voice.
okay. All in favor of the additional meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no or nay. Thank you. I'd like to offer an opportunity to hear from our manager, Mr. Lapola, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say personally the sadness I feel about the passing of our school superintendent. He and I started off almost at war, and we became very good friends. JP, as he told me to call him, was a great guy, a family man, and I recall a conversation that we had when he was considering whether or not to seek a second term. And it was about what it's like working in Montclair and all the wonderful, good people. We also had a conversation about all of the horrific, nasty, vitriolic garbage that people say or post. There's a group of people in this town who just cannot agree to disagree. If we want to find about a tax increase or anything else, it doesn't make me corrupt, the enemy, typical for people like him. And JP and I joked about the fact that some of these people sign their names and they're pretty prominent, but they have no qualms about using code about color or ethnicity. And it's not personal. It's not personal. I'm not the devil incarnate, nor was he, because we disagree about a tax increase or a field or anything else. The fact that I see this stuff and an anonymous analysis of my performance is mailed to dozens of people, it makes me sick. So it makes me sad that if JP had to put up with probably more garbage than I've had to put up with, but if we're going to worry about things and lower it, we have to call it what it is. Some of these Facebook groups and other things, it's just stunning to me. I won't even verbalize what they say about me because it would give credence. But I just have to say, he and I had this conversation and we laughed about it, but at the end we both agreed it's not funny because it does take a toll on you. As you're driving home, you may think about your successes and getting things done, but you say to yourself, I have never met this person. I have never been introduced. How could they think this about me just because they didn't like how I got here, my position on my position on an issue, or anything else, or the fact that I may shake hands with somebody politically who they hate? It's just stunning to me. And in 40 years, I was an elected official when I was 26 years old. And I've never, ever, ever seen a place where there's a group of people who thrive on hatred of people who disagree with them on issues. We're not corrupt, we're not evil, we're not bad, we're not part of a group that's any of those things, and it just makes me sick. And
Thank
it
you
makes me
very
sick.
much.
And I'm not finished.
Oh, okay,
I just
'cause
feel
we
bad
like-
that JP,
Some of us didn't have
Dr.
dinner
Pons,
yet.
had to put up with probably more garbage than I had to put up with.
Okay, thank you.
I just had to get that off my chest.
Good, I know you did. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
No report tonight, Mayor, thank you.
Mr. Attorney Burr?
Due to the late hour, Mayor, no report. Again, congratulations.
So
to
why
the
don't you
public.
join me and we'll give a shout out to our deputy manager and wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Happy birthday.
And we'll close on that note. Thank you guys for coming and please come back. I'm sorry?
Did that earlier.
Oh,
I can do, okay. Ms. Avery, you can come up. We did all of the public comment at front so that people didn't have to wait.
It's still listed on the agenda as being at the end.
Right.
But you got one turn, I think, legally.
Excuse me. Ms. Avery, excuse me.
If you spoke on it.
Ms. Avery, if you'd like to come up, please come up. And I should have been, I should have explained it better and just let you all know that we are going to have the public comment at one time so everybody can come up and say whatever they'd like to say and don't have to wait until the end of the night.
Oh, well, I'm happy to wait. It's no problem. And I really enjoyed listening to all the discussion tonight. You know, it's actually taken a big load off of my mind. But just by the way, I requested the Essex Park feasibility study and the government strategies group settlement agreement with Public Service, Electric and Gas through the Open Public Records Act. And the reply that I got to my request for both of those reports was that the record does not exist. So that's that. Now, one of the biggest issues with the former council was frequent resolutions where the not to exceed cap from one resolution was increased, months later by another resolution, but that increase in the not to exceed cap was to cover services that had already been procured. In other words, invoiced, right? So, June 11th, there was Resolution 24-148 increasing the Riker not to exceed cap from, I think it was 90,000 to 115,000. It was being increased by 25,000. That's as of the June 11th council meeting. But I regularly Oprah legal invoices. The 2024 invoices that I have on file as of June 11th, the number may have changed as of today, totaled $116,793.86 for service dates January 1st, 2024 to April 23rd, 2024. So that means the Riker invoices for services provided between April 24th, 2024 to today, July 17th, 2024, there is no resolution for those services. And if you would look at the contract, or whichever is applicable, the RFP or the RFQ, it specifies that the attorneys are to notify the town when they have reached 70% of the not to exceed cap. But that doesn't happen. We go over the not to exceed cap over and over again. And I have lengthy reports, okay? Because I take this very seriously. I was a certified public accountant for over 40 years. I worked in the public accounting industry. My job was to ensure that every client I worked with was compliant for taxes and reporting. Now, every client has problems, right? The laws are complicated, reporting requirements are complicated. That's why you need experienced people giving advice, like the CFO. CFO has to be involved. But I don't want to digress. The point is, every single day that I went to work, I advised clients, all types of businesses. At the end of my career, I worked pretty much exclusively with not-for-profit organizations and told them exactly what they had to do to maintain compliance. Frequently, I had clients that were completely not compliant, right? Their tax exempt status had been revoked. So that's what I did every day, help clients get reinstated and to maintain their status. That's what I do. And so, over the past 10 months, as I've been looking at what has been going on in this town for at least the past 4 years, I'm not going back further than July 1st, 2020, but I have gone back to July 1st, 2020. I am putting together a timeline of everything that occurred that was not proper. I am also working on a full report of all of Sean Spiller's political spending through Garden State Forward. And it is an enormous project. I work on this stuff all day, every day. Why? Because when government officials do not follow laws and regulations, the community is undermined and inequities are created. And that can't continue here. And I feel, I'm walking away tonight feeling pretty good about the discussion here that I heard. And I hope that, we can move forward, address the problems from the past, and ensure that there will be equity for all going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Avery. Would anyone else care to come forward? And again, my apologies for not being more clear earlier. Attorney Thomas.
I do just want to emphasize looking carefully at the bills before approving them. I really, really also appreciate you pulling certain bills. It gives us all hope that you're actually taking this job so seriously and doing such a great job at it, even just so far. Thank you so, so much for taking so much time.
Thank you.
Just one last
Ms.
comment.
Grossman.
Hello, Ms. Grossman. Bermudez Nieves. I said it right, right? Okay.
You said it very nicely.
The Pocket Park, thank you. I'm in full support of it. I see no reason why we should be worried about the maintenance of it. The Fourth Ward needs more trees. It needs more green. It's part of our climate resiliency program. We must ensure that the Fourth Ward and any other areas in Montclair that are overburdened or that are heat islands have adequate shade tree covering. That's just a non-negotiable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Really, really good discussions tonight. This is the first time I've ever seen basically every item totally interrogated to make sure you understand what's happening. Nothing is getting rubber stamped. Really, really excited to see that. I did want to clarify something. This is not intended at all as a criticism. And I did separately go and talk to a municipal law expert because I think that there may be some confusion about OPMA and what can be discussed in executive session, which is there have been a number of references tonight about the committees, the tenure of deputy mayor, and all these things being discussed in another venue. But, and you can look at like the ACLU of New Jersey, their website outlines it. Political appointments are not personnel. Right? And so we know we have this like major New Jersey issue of favors and whatever, and I'm not suggesting that that would go on here, but a lot of the reason that discussions of who would be on which committee or who's going to be on various commissions and whatever need to occur in public is because we need to know that it's happening, for the right reason. And so it's not a valid reason to go into executive session because it's going to hurt someone's feelings, what you're going to say, or it's things that would create a legal liability for the township or put you in a financial compromised position, right? So like something you're going to bid on that the opponent is going to hear about it. And so I just wanted to, I know we're not going to get to speak to you again before your executive session that starts the next meeting, and so I just wanted to make sure that that was out there and clear, and look forward to hearing your public discussion on who will serve on all of those. Thank you.
Can our attorney respond to under which one of the 9 categories we classified the meeting that we were having to discuss appointments?
Mayor, I believe it's in the resolution itself under Section 8, and so if you take a look at that resolution authorizing, it says what the topics and categories are. What I will do is I will further research to Ms. Berman's point to make sure that we are accurately following the exemptions to the Open Public Meetings Act.
Thank you. Ms. Berman, I really appreciate you bringing that to our attention. I had the same questions that you had, and certainly with your legal background, you would know more than I. And the way it was explained to me was because it was an appointment of certain, and it was even demonstrated on that list of 9 categories, which one it would come under, but certainly we'll go back and look, and I appreciate you. But that's why I always say we have to do this together as a community, all of us working together, and we'll get much better results. So thank you, I appreciate you. Anybody else? Okay, then let's call it a night and hope you come back. Thank you for being here. Motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Madam Clerk.